Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on August 12th, 2021. This meeting is being recorded. My best wishes for the health and safety of all those listening in. As always, I want to thank Matt Giancola for both the prep as well as the conduct of this meeting. I want to thank Executive Director Collins and staff for all their preparatory work that went into this meeting, as well as the great job they're doing keeping the commission operating effectively and efficiently in this continuing challenging times when we're operating remotely. I know everybody's working real hard under difficult circumstances, and I really want to I just wanted to express my appreciation for that. I also wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Roy. She was at our last meeting, but not able to be a full participant, given that she was appointed, I think, a day or two prior to the meeting. I know she spent the last month reading our regulations, meeting with staff, going through the meeting materials for today multiple times. And I just wanted to thank her for that preparation. I'm delighted to have her on board now as a full participant in today's meeting. We are now at a full complement of commissioners, which is great. And based upon the energy and passion and commitment that Commissioner Roy has shown, I know she's going to have a big impact on the industry and on the commission going forward. And I'm looking forward to working with her. So officially welcome, Commissioner Roy. Before I go through the agenda, do any of the other commissioners have any opening comments? I'll start with you, Commissioner Roy, since I put you on the spot. Any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to thank you for that warm acknowledgement, and I want to thank my fellow commissioners. I'm grateful for their help over the last month for my onboarding process, and I want to thank all my colleagues at the Commission for their extraordinary expertise, and they've been just a tremendous wealth of institutional knowledge, and I just want to say thank you very much for all of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo, any opening comments?
You know what, I do. I'm actually going to dedicate my opening comments to my family in Miami, who I ignore for about a week before these meetings. So they try to call me, they try to FaceTime me. I'm like, I can't, I'm getting ready for a public meeting. But that being said, I also want to give a shout out to staff and the commission. We now have regulations in Spanish. So somehow we were, I don't know who did it, but kudos to someone who did it.
I expect you might have had something to do with that, Commissioner Camargo.
You know what? I'm not taking any credit for it at all. I just heard about it yesterday, but it's nice because now I can actually send them to my mom and she can read them and actually know what I do in life. So I'm excited. I'm excited. So
make sure you pass along whatever feedback your mom has on our regulations. Okay.
I will.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
I'll be short and sweet. I just really wanted to extend my gratitude to our staff and our team here. I think everybody here, on the commission knows that I was away due to a family emergency, and I ran into some technical difficulties just getting some information. And Matt and Tara and a lot of the team, Gal, Cedric, they were really responsive in helping me just making sure I had the information that I needed to prepare for this week. So I just wanted to just say thank you for the entire team.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins?
I'll just echo that. Great work and help by the team since our last meeting. A real big push to get through the diversity guidance, which we're going to discuss today, but always complimentary and always appreciate staff taking the time to respond to our questions really quickly. And it's a great team we have the opportunity to work with. And welcome to Commissioner Roy for her first full public meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Matt, can we put the agenda up, please? Thanks. So we have, after opening comments, we have 2 sets of minutes for approval. I'll say this now and I'll say it again. We will be caught up after going through these 2 sets of minutes, and my grateful appreciation to Commissioner Stebbins, our secretary, but particularly to Christopher Smith, who has the horrible task of trying to keep us up to date on minutes, given how long these meetings are and how convoluted sometimes our conversations are. So thank you very much, Christopher. Really appreciate it, and it's nice to be caught up. We will have our typical executive director's report with statistics on the state of the industry, as well as an update on other commission activities. Looking forward to that, Mr. Executive Director. We have our normal set of licensing issues. We have, I believe, 8 changes of ownership. I'll go through the numbers on renewals, final licenses, and provisional licenses, but pretty standard numbers in terms of going through. And then we have 4 or 5 topics for commission discussion and vote. Commissioner Stebbins already referenced the first of those, which would be diversity guidance, but there'll be several other topics. My expectation is that this will be, by our standards, a relatively short meeting. I'm guessing plus or minus 1 o'clock, but please don't hold me to that. My fellow commissioners hold that prediction in their hands in terms of how long some of the debates go on for. But my expectations will be done sooner than we typically are, but plus or minus 1 o'clock. We'll take a break in the morning, mid-morning, and then if we are going to get done plus or minus around 1 o'clock, I've asked my fellow commissioners, they've all agreed, we'll just power through and not take a lunch break. If it looks like we're going to go beyond 1 o'clock, we will take a lunch break at some point in time. So that being said, if we get into the first order of business, which are 2 sets of minutes for approval. The first set of minutes comes from our meeting on June 17th, 2021. Can I ask, has the commission had an opportunity to read through those minutes? Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the minutes from June 17th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion I'm sorry, I can't use that when we're doing remote. So the vote was 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. The second set of minutes are from our public meeting of July 15th, 2021, our last meeting prior to today. Can I ask Commission, have you had a chance to review these minutes? Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from July 15th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the minutes from July 15th, 2021 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. And once again, Christopher, my gratitude for the work that you do on this and for catching us up. Really appreciate it. Next up, the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Collins, are you ready to go?
Indeed, I am.
And please commence.
Good morning, Commissioners, and we'll start, as we always do, with some highlights from our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal and some data presentation. So the first slide here is just some highlights from that. Again, we have about 23 applications awaiting their first review, which is on par with past months, but also consistent with the introduction of new license types, particularly the delivery operator, as well as now research licenses, which has gone live in our portal. And more news to come about that in the coming weeks, but plenty of activity going on, and our staff is doing a great job of keeping up with that new influx of applications. You have 16 applications before you for your consideration today. There are 45 applications awaiting a supplemental review, which supplemental review is an application that was previously reviewed by staff, has been reopened for one reason or another, and has been resubmitted by the applicant. And so there's really 2 different queues that we manage: that first initial review, and then again, that supplemental review. You have 96,351 certified active patients, and a new data point for you, which we'll try to continue monitoring moving forward, is we have currently 200 applications for the next cohort of the social equity program.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I have a couple questions before you move on to the next slide. First of all, I'm delighted that the research license application is now live. Do you have any visibility? Has anybody started that process of beginning to fill out that application, or do you not have visibility into that?
We have a number of applications that had previously applied under the old scheme. So those applications were still pending. We had reached out to those applicants during the transition and noted that we'd be holding their applications for review, but then apply them in the new context. So you'll see in a coming slide that there are a number, I think it's less than 10 from an order of magnitude standpoint, but we've been manually reaching out to those applicants to try to get them into the new environment. I'm not aware of any new applications that have come forward, but that could be because we haven't formally pushed it out to the public just yet. So this announcement hopefully helps.
Yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate it. I said I'm really delighted that we've got this up and running, and I'm looking forward to many applicants. The second question is: it looks like we plateaued with respect to the number of certified active patients. Is that indeed true over the last few months?
Yes and no. We do have a number of applications that are coming in month to month. I would say, again, order of magnitude, it's probably less than 1,000 per month. So I'd say it's plateaued from the high of last year, certainly, in that spike. But we still have a number of new patients that are coming into the system, which is obviously a good sign. And then related, we still continue to process medical marijuana treatment center applications and moving them forward. So hopefully opening up new avenues for access to that medicine as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Keep going then, please.
This next slide is a very high-level overview of the system. You'll see the bottom line here is that there's about 9,000 applications somewhere in the system. The vast majority, though, 6,863, remain incomplete or haven't yet been submitted to us. I did mention a number of months back that we are developing a process to address those dormant applications to make this data more relevant given the workload. And so I think this number can be potentially confusing, or it certainly looks overwhelming as far as the workload is concerned. But again, if the majority of them are incomplete, that's not work that's currently pending before us, as well as the historical data relative to approved licenses or endorsements or pre-certifications. You'll see that the commission has done a good vast amount of work in moving those applications forward. So technically, I'm looking at the 243 number as pending as being the workload before the agency at this point.
Great, thank you. Questions? Please keep going.
I think Commissioner Camargo has.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
okay.
apologize, Commissioner Camargo. Please go ahead.
No worries. It was my fault. I was on mute. Sean.
Sorry, no comment.
I know you asked us not to be on mute. I know. But I'm coughing and sneezing. You know, I don't want to.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Camargo. I will not make this mistake again.
All good, all good. Sean, the 4 denials, can you talk to us a little bit about that? Do they stay denied? Where do they go? Are they applying again? Who are they? We don't need to know that, but can you elaborate a little bit on denials?
Sure, of course. So that's a historical number. The commission in the past at previous public meetings has acted on those applications. That is a technical action that can be taken by the commission, you as commissioners. And the context I can provide is that there was an applicant that came forward with plans that were deemed inadequate by the commission, and those applications were denied. In a denial context, we have a number of options after that. So we would serve the applicant a formal notice that explains the reasons for the denial. They have an opportunity to petition for reconsideration. That would be managed initially by staff as far as an initial review. And it could also be brought, from a process standpoint, that reconsideration could be denied or it could be brought before the commission. The applicant always has an opportunity to reapply and start the process anew. So they would have to resubmit everything in the normal course. But that initial denial of those 4 applications occurred maybe approximately, this is a guesstimate, about 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was I would say mid 2019 plus or minus. I also believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Executive Director, at least one of those denied applicants did start the application process anew and reapply. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the commission has also denied other applications that were that had since been reconsidered as well, and successfully, I should say. So that is an option. Again, if the commission in your review deems an application to not meet those standards or not meet your approval, you do have the opportunity to deny an application. You also have the opportunity to remand it back to staff for further review and evaluation. or as you've seen, the vast majority, 892, have been approved by the agency, or by the commission, I should say, by your affirmative vote.
Thank you, Sean. That's really helpful.
Any other questions for the executive director? Please keep going then, Sean.
So this next slide is a breakdown based on license type, and those are the approved applications. You'll see that as we just discussed, the research facilities are 0, but those applications are now open and coming through. The majority of applications are that of a marijuana retailer, 363. Next is marijuana cultivator, 269, and the third is product manufacturer, and that does make up the traditional supply chain, so to speak. We also have 14 independent testing labs, which is an important component between those license types. This shows a bit of a life cycle of a license. So you see here we have 93 pre-certified or delivery endorsement for microbusiness. Those are an administrative process handled by staff. 89 have been provisionally approved, as well as 470 provisional licenses. The distinction there is a license can be provisionally approved by the commission by your affirmative vote, but it's not considered a provisional license until that fee has been paid. So there's 89 entities that have yet to pay their license fee. There's 65 final licenses, and to date, 269 applications, or licensees now, excuse me, have commenced their operations.
Questions? Please go ahead.
This next slide is a bit of our workflow internally. So as I mentioned at the outset, there's 23 applications that are awaiting their first or initial review. We've reopened 178 applications. There are 26 applications that are awaiting a third-party response. A third-party response is either a municipal notice relative to compliance with local ordinances or bylaws, or the third-party background check through our vendor Creative Services. There are 16 applications before you for your consideration today, and to date, there have been 990 applications considered by the commission, and that includes those that have been approved, the delivery pre-certifications, as well as those denials.
Thank you.
This next slide indicates which status applications have come into the agency and also outlines a bit of the review phase. So MTC priority and economic empowerment priority automatically jump the queue and hit the front of the line. And then as staff, we alternate between those reviews. So if we had one MTC priority and one economic empowerment priority, we'd review those two. And if there were a cascade after that, we would alternate between MTC and economic empowerment priority. If there were none of those applications, we would then advance to expedited review. And expedited review is on the right-hand side table, excuse me. And it's based on a number of factors. One is license type. So outdoor cultivation, independent testing lab, craft marijuana, cooperative, or micro businesses. Those license types are automatically granted expedited status. Expedited status can also be granted through your qualifications as a social equity program participant, as well as your status as a disadvantaged business enterprise, and that is a minority-owned, veteran-owned.
Women.
Missing the third one. Women-owned. Excuse me. Thank you. Women-owned business, and then some applicants actually qualify based on 2 different categories. So again, the cascade is priority applications first, then to expedited review. And then if there's none remaining in the expedited category, we advance to general applicants. And those are any applicant that does not qualify for either 2 of those priority or expedited. So again, you'll see that a lot of applicants are actually qualifying through expedited review, 380 to date.
Thank you. Any questions? Please go ahead.
This next slide is one that we absolutely track over time, and it shows those expedited or prioritized applicants based on our equity mandate and mission. And so you'll see that about 6% of total applications qualify under the Economic Empowerment Program, 13% under the Social Equity Program, and 14.5% have qualified based on their status as a disadvantaged business enterprise. And again, that's the women-owned, minority-owned, and veteran-owned. Tracking these numbers over time is obviously something we want to do. And as I mentioned at our last meeting, we want to get these folks to advance down through the table here to get to that commence operations phase. Looking at the data from last month, one of the things that I'm particularly noticing and pleased by is that we've actually had 5 additional applications on the right-hand side, the disadvantaged business enterprise. We have 5 more applications, or now licenses, excuse me, that have actually commenced their operations between last month and this month. So we're continuing to see those applications move from provisional to final to now commence operations. There are 6 new, from last month again, 6 new pre-certified or delivery endorsements for micro business on the economic empowerment, and 19 additional through the social equity program. So those numbers continue to grow, but again, our priority is to advance them from the top to the bottom.
Any questions? Please go ahead.
This slide here is data dense, and I apologize for that, but I think it's really important.
You apologize for this every month, and I think
I
this is the best. I think this is the best slide of the presentation. So I don't think an apology is necessary.
Well, I guess I apologize to my eyes for eventually it gets blurry as you stare at it for long enough. So I've tried to highlight those things that to specifically call your attention to them. So you'll see here that there are 2 marijuana couriers that have commenced their operations. That is a stagnant number from the last meeting, but still an important milestone for the agency that delivery is now here and operational in the Commonwealth. On the adult use side, it has been operational in the medical program since inception. The marijuana courier pre-certification sits at 68, and folks are going to continue advancing through that. We also have 24 marijuana delivery operator pre-certifications. Independent testing labs, we now have 4 that have commenced their operations. And this data is actually, I think, stale from last month. So I think we should be at 5 right now with Proverde having been approved to commence their operations. We also have 5 provisional licenses. So that number continues to grow. And obviously it's something we're going to be mindful of as bandwidth becomes something we continue to monitor on a regular basis. You have 52 cultivators that have commenced their operations. That's an increase of 3 over last month, but that provisional license number of 163 is a number that sits out there as something we absolutely monitor relative to the supply chain. There are 49 product manufacturers. That's an increase of 3 over last month that have commenced their operations. But again, that 112 number in the provisional license, we want to see those folks advance to a final license and subsequently to commence their operations. And marijuana retailers, that's an increase of 6 over last month. But again, 166 provisional applications is something that there's a market there, there's a market demand there, but then watching that supply chain and ensuring that there's adequate supply to support those outlets is important. And then a micro business delivery with 1, and that's freshly baked. So there's really 3 entities that are delivering to adult use consumers at this point. And a number I just flagged is that there are 65 final licenses. So from our investigator standpoint and our compliance officers, those are the folks that are going to reach out to us and say, I'm ready to go. It's time to commence my operations. And that's really their workload, in addition to those provisional license inspections that they're balancing. So we're advancing folks through the licensing process, but it's really up to those licensees to be ready for those inspections and ensure that when we're out there, it's time well spent on our part as well.
Like I said, I love this slide. One of the things that we haven't focused on, I don't think, in recent months is third-party transporter. Sure. And you know, I see we've got 3 that are currently in operation, then 6 more in the queue someplace. What's your perspective, Mr. Executive Director, in terms of the sufficiency of supply there? As you know, as this industry continues to expand and expands with independent cultivators and product manufacturers and retailers that don't have their own in-house transportation, what's your perspective in terms of sufficiency of supply of this capability in the industry?
Yeah, I'd look at 2 slides in concert that are important. So one is certainly the third-party transporter. Those are independent businesses that don't have an existing license as a marijuana establishment. You also have the marijuana transporter with other existing licenses, and you see that there's 2 that have commenced their operations there as well. So really the network of available commenced operations is 5. That said, each license type allows you to transport or move your own inventory as a component of the license. So I'm not worried necessarily about adequacy of meeting demand. At the same time, smaller operators, as they come into the marketplace, may not be focusing on establishing a vehicle fleet or a sufficient amount of vehicles. So that could become a constraint on getting product to market. But again, as you know, we review the license applications that come before us. And so I think it's a fair question to ask, something we're gonna obviously, this data slide here allows us to continue to monitor, but I'm also confident that licensees are able to adequately move their own inventory at this point between and amongst themselves.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Executive Director, thank you for this comprehensive report. I noticed recently there was commenced operations in the islands, and you talk about products, so the supply chain, whether it be product or laboratory testing. Can you give us an update on the supply chain on the islands?
Sure. So the islands are certainly unique in the Commonwealth, and there's not a lot of jurisdictions, legalized jurisdictions that face those same challenges, which is that you can't move the product from the mainland to the islands. So there's special circumstances and special regulations developed for that consideration. And as part of their licensing process, our staff does a great job of working with each licensee on either Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket to ensure that they have the ability to conduct alternative testing. The other important component to that is that the consumers be made aware that the product has not been subject to a full panel of testing. Often what they're doing is they're testing the flower, they're testing the soil, more importantly, in the growing medium for contaminants and other, whether it be microbials, heavy metals, etc. But it's a special accommodation that's been granted. And so largely what we're seeing on the island is that it's really a self-supply. They're growing their own, it's vertically integrated. They're growing their own flower, they're processing and manufacturing their own products, and that they're then dispensing or retailing through their own supply chain. So I think for a time that's probably going to be the way to go. But again, as the market matures and as more supply becomes available, you could start to see outlets on those islands that supply within the islands. And until there's a change in federal law, I think that's going to be the circumstances that we have to comply with. It is a challenge, and our staff has done a great job of trying to work through just that complication, because it's either federal waters or federal airspace, and that does pose a legal challenge.
Is the end goal hopefully to get the full panel of testing down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the challenge we're experiencing now is the cost of build out of a lab is certainly expensive and daunting, and then the ability to go and get accredited based on the ISO standards. To build out a full-fledged lab would cost a lot of money, and to justify that to support one or two facilities, I think would be would not be a business model that would be lucrative or attractive for folks. So it's hard to say long-term if one lab could be supported on either island, but obviously I think with the potential of federal legalization, that could open up other avenues of moving product off of the island to get it fully tested. What we do test now is really as close to a full slate as possible. The challenge is just the sophistication of either the materials and the adequacy of supply.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the Executive Director? Please go ahead.
So this next slide is a glimpse into the medical marijuana licensing and our registration data. You'll see here that there's currently 83 entities that have commenced their operations. This number has grown as the Commission has enjoyed jurisdiction over the medical use of marijuana program. You see the workflow that we are dealing with is 44 provisional licenses and 7 finals. So folks are still advancing through the process. You'll notice later on you do have a number of applications. I think one application in particular that's before you that I don't want to steal Kyle's thunder, but I think he has an exciting announcement from a staff standpoint of our history with this program and certainly our future moving forward. On the right-hand side table, you have data relative to the patient registration as well as provider registration. You see there's 102,000 certified patients and 96,000 certified active patients. The distinction there is folks can go and get certified through a registered certifying physician, nurse practitioner, or physician assistant, but they then have to go and sign up through the program and actually register themselves and activate that registration, activate that certification. So that's the difference in the number there. And then to date, there's been 80,000 ounces sold in the medical use of marijuana program.
Questions? Please keep going.
So that concludes the data report. There's other Commission updates I'd like to offer commissioners and through you to the public as well as staff at the agency. And always I'll start with a preface that the staff is the one doing the work behind the scenes and really pushing this agency forward. And a lot of the work relative to the first item here, which is our regulations implementation, began during the regulatory drafting process, but really began in earnest and in full throated effort after the regulations were promulgated in January. After that process, I told you as an agency or as a commission that it would take until about August to implement fully the regulations. And here we sit in August, and I'm proud to say that that's largely, that was a true statement. So I'm certainly grateful I didn't lie to you, but also excited that we've gotten a lot of that work behind us now. There's still some things outstanding, and that's to be, I think, expected in some ways, but the majority of implementation has actually been concluded. The biggest hurdles we really experienced were through the software changes and making sure those were synced, that we're able to prioritize in a cohesive and manageable way the priority of applications that had to get updated, applications that had to be created. And our most recent update with the research license is a good example of that really concluded a lot of the work. There are also really major changes made to the medical use of marijuana program relative to caregivers and including accommodating out-of-state patients that had that or required palliative care here in the Commonwealth. One item that does remain outstanding is the issue of hardship cultivation. The reason it's outstanding is it is really delicate, sensitive, and complicated work. And it's something I want to make sure that when we do it and how we do it, we're doing it with that in mind. It does provide and offer critical access to medicine for patients and their caregivers, and wanting to ensure that the integrity of that regulatory process is maintained and sustained. And so what it would allow is someone that doesn't have access to medical marijuana, given that it could be proximity, it also could be access to a strain-specific medicine, to cultivate that medicine in their home above and beyond the traditional limitations. So that does pose a challenge from us, or to us from an enforcement standpoint. We also want to make sure that we're respecting the dignity of patients, their caregivers, and their homes in that process. So it really is something we want to be sensitive to and careful about. And so implementation is something that we're going to take very seriously. And if it requires more time, I think it's time well spent.
Do you have any kind of estimate on the timeline for that, Mr. Executive Director?
No, largely because that process I just laid out to you, I think, is something that now that the majority of our plate is clear, we can focus exclusively on that and really begin to roll up our sleeves. And as I mentioned, the staff we have is really talented, and someone they're capable of getting this work done. I want to make sure that when we do it, that we're considerate of all necessary stakeholders too. And so my intention would be to kind of pull folks together and really work through that. So I wouldn't want to give you a timeline today and pull it out of thin air. I'd want to be sure that we're able to actually meet that requirement.
Thank you.
There's a number of guidance documents. I'll discuss some in a coming slide. There's also one before you for your consideration today. So we're trying to clear the decks there and making sure we're able to go through and thoroughly review existing guidance documents, as well as develop any new necessary ones. And of course, that's going to be an ongoing, not so much a challenge, but an ongoing task as new questions arise based on interpretation or, again, as we discover guidance documents that may be stale or may no longer be relevant given the change in regulations. And obviously, the testing protocols sit outside of the regulations, but certainly accompany them. We continue to work with our seed to sale vendor metric to make updates there and work with licensees directly as they experience any challenges or as questions arise. And then Commissioner Camargo, thank you for identifying that the Spanish translation was just published on our website. That's something that's a continued effort to make sure that all of this work remains accessible to everybody in the Commonwealth, and we'll continue to look at opportunities to ensure that's possible. Guidance documents are certainly relevant for the same, and also other languages. So we continue to try to think as creatively as we can, but also making sure that our work is accessible to folks and that this agency remains accessible.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Executive Director, I had a quick question in regards to the hardship cultivation implementation process. I'm not going to ask you for any specifics because I see that this is sort of an ongoing thing, but can you give us a general sort of high level breakdown of what that process entails for implementation?
Sure. So a patient or their caregiver would essentially apply for that hardship cultivation. I'm going to call it a registration, and it would allow them to cultivate an amount as well as a type, and they would have to tell us through that application process. The other thing we want to make sure is that any application is actually it's not dense in legalese, that it's actually accessible to in layman's terms, so to speak. And one of the things we have to the regulations allow for inspection of that facility, and so it would be done in probably the caregiver's home. And so one of the things we want to be incredibly sensitive to is that's someone's home, and we certainly, the regulations allow for it. They speak to it, and someone would need to consent to that as part of the regulations, or excuse me, the registration process. But again, the sensitivity that I have of someone entering a home is a challenge we want to be sure as far as, again, the dignity of the patient or the caregiver, the safety of our staff, and also being sure that we're able and capable of doing that and not inadvertently foisting that responsibility to, say, a building inspector or a municipal entity. And so wanting to make sure we continue to be responsible for our regulations and that we're capable of doing it from a bandwidth standpoint as well. And certainly a resource challenge is something that I'm going to be mindful of. Our staff, again, is really talented, but we're limited in numbers. And as we indicated from the data slide that was previously presented, we have a lot of work on our plate. And so I want to be sure that we're able to set reasonable expectations around what we're able to do. And to be honest, I don't know what the universe would look like from who would want to pursue this hardship cultivation process, but I imagine there's a number, and I think we owe it to them when we do launch this process and this program that we're able to serve them just as well as we're serving licensees today. So from a process standpoint, I would intend to have that conversation with our staff, have that conversation with patients, with their caregivers, and learn as much as we can to make sure that we can really breathe life into this regulation. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you, Sean.
Sure, thanks.
Okay, please keep going, Mr. Executive Director.
As I noted at the outset on the highlights slide at the beginning of my presentation, there's 200 applications for Cohort 3 of the Social Equity Program. Two key pieces of information I want to make sure to share with you and the public is that these applications are open and available today. They will be open through Friday, September 17th. We'll review them on a rolling basis through September 17th and probably after to make sure you need to apply by the 17th. Don't expect to hear from us by the 17th. We'll get to it during the course of time. Once you're accepted into the program, though, those benefits accrue immediately. So you don't have to complete the program or go through the program. And most important, the most common question we get is access to those exclusive license types, specifically delivery. So if you are accepted into Cohort 3, you have the access to those benefits. The other element that would accrue, the other benefit, of course, is fee waivers and things like that. So we have 200 to date. I'm sure more will come in. But again, please apply by September 17th. And once you're accepted in, congratulations, welcome aboard, and those benefits accrue immediately. So, and I give our staff a lot of credit for getting into this process now. And Kevin Sibley, our new Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, is hard at work undertaking those efforts right now to get through those applications. So he's doing a great job, and I think he's also done a lot of work in reaching out to existing program participants to make sure they have the resources and answers that they need as well.
Great news, thank you.
This next slide may look familiar based on last month's slide relative to our FY22 budget. The only update I have is that the governor has signed that budget and it is now therefore law, and our agency is funded at our FY22 request, absent support for the public awareness campaign. So we're certainly pleased with that outcome, grateful to the legislature and the governor, certainly intend to be good stewards of that, that support and that allocation. And of course, what that means is that we're now thinking about FY23 and our future needs. There's really no rest for the weary.
No rest for the weary, huh?
Exactly. And but again, certainly grateful for the historical support as well from both the administration as well as the legislature. And at a future meeting, I would intend to come before the agency and close out FY21, provide you an update on FY22, and certainly continue to make Adriana Leone, our CFO, available to you, and really, again, just close out the previous fiscal year, introduce the current fiscal year, and always thinking about the next fiscal year. So again, as I mentioned, in the context of hardship cultivation, resources is something we're always sensitive to.
Thank you.
This next slide is hiring update. As you can see, there's been a flurry of hiring activity around the agency, largely based on the support we've received from the legislature and the governor, both the last fiscal year with that influx of support we got in December when the fiscal year was agreed to late in the process, and the sustained support we have right now. So we've really tried to ramp up our hiring. You see that between July 19th and the 26th, we onboarded a total of 4 licensing specialists to Kyle Botman's team. I know he's hard at work introducing them and onboarding them into the process. We also added on August 2nd, both an executive assistant as one individual and a receptionist and office manager as the second. So those 2 folks started on August 2nd. We're onboarding, I think, a total of 11 investigators between August 16th and August 30th. Just a quick note on that, that is the largest introduction we've had all at once to the agency. So between our existing investigators, investigations managers, and HR, that's going to be a daunting task, but one we're really excited about, because as I kept telling our investigators over the course of the pandemic, help is on the way. Again, it's nice to not have that be untrue, and in fact have that become a true statement. So really excited about having those folks join us, and also really excited about the talent that they're going to bring to the agency, and to really just bolster those ranks that we already have, and the talent, the immense talent we have on that team.
So Sean, when we get done with all this onboarding, including the licensing, well, licensing specialists are onboarded, but the 11 investigators that you just spoke to, when we get done with all that onboarding, not counting the people that we have not yet hired, but what's our head count going to be when we're done with this onboarding?
Again, I don't want to give you wrong information. We'll be, I think that'll bring us close to 90 in total.
Okay, thank you.
That's a best guesstimate. I can certainly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I can pin that down for you at our next meeting. Next, we have the number of jobs that have been posted or are now closed, and we're now deep into the screening and interviewing phase. We have Associate Enforcement Counsel, which is 1 position, Constituent Service Associate, which may end up being a number of positions, Program Coordinator Community Outreach to fall under Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer, and his team, but certainly supporting Kevin Sibley in our social equity program work, and then a research analyst, which is to fill a vacancy. So those folks are going to be coming into the process, but as you see that there's a life cycle to our hiring process that just as soon as we're done onboarding someone, we're quickly pivoting into this interview and screening phase. So kudos to our HR department and their work. They've been really buzzing through this process over the past few months. Not to mention the fact that I have to note, onboarded 4 commissioners during the course of this year. So hopefully successfully, but you'll let me know otherwise if that's not a true statement, I guess.
Sean, you're still onboarding us, let's be honest.
We do our best. Related to hiring, I just wanted to give the commission an update on, as you know, we're meeting remotely here and our staff remains remote at this point. I recently communicated with our staff that there's a lot of variables that we're closely watching and monitoring that are concerning, to say the least, and something that we're being very sensitive to. So I recently let our staff know that I don't have an answer for them as far as when we would return to the office. The reason I don't have an answer is because I have more questions than answers at this point. What I did tell them, though, is because I think realizing that a return to the office, given that we've been remote since March of 2020, I'd give them at least 90 days notice before we are required to return, before we compel them to return to the office. The reason I would do that is that that is a disruption to their lives at this point. There's a number of staff, as we just indicated and noted, that have not met their coworkers yet, that we onboarded in this remote environment. So never mind, it's a return to the office. For some people, it's an introduction to the office, and that's a challenge from a logistics standpoint, from an operations standpoint, but obviously it's a challenge from a personal standpoint, from a family disruption, et cetera. And so giving folks the ability to make a personal or professional arrangement is important. And it's hard for me to say any date at this point because of all those uncertainties swirling relative to the public health guidance coming from the federal, state, and local governments. And obviously we do work in our headquarters being a public train station. That's just another layer of complexity. So what I promise is that we'll continue to monitor and assess those risks, and we'll continue to engage our staff to understand what they're comfortable with, what works for them, what works for us, and eventually we have to make that decision. I understand that, but at this point, I'm really proud that our agency has been as successful as it has been. They've been really able to adapt, I think, without disruption, and obviously making that decision to bring them back could itself be a disruption. So want to be upfront about that, want to be direct with our staff and give them as much advance notice as possible. So I think that 90-day window allows us to make that change possible, that adjustment possible, but also allows them to make any arrangements they need to. One point I will make is that our office is open to our staff today. If they want to go in and have a quiet place to work, want access to services or need to print things off or access reliable internet or things like that from an equity standpoint, they have that ability to go in. Our office does remain closed to the public, but obviously our staff has access to those facilities if they should choose to use them. And obviously we ask them to follow any local guidance relative to mask wearing, etc. So Worcester, I think, just announced their municipal buildings are requiring masks. So Union Station is a municipal building. It's owned by the city of Worcester. So we would ask that of our staff to comply with that requirement.
Thanks, Sean. I know this is complex, and really appreciate your leadership on this. And we'll see what happens. Any questions or comments on this or other topics that the executive director has raised? Is that it, Mr. Executive Director, or is there more in your presentation?
There is one more slide.
Please go ahead.
I alluded to guidance documents in our regulatory implementation process. There's a number of guidance documents that I would now consider, and I intentionally put this in quotations. It's primarily because I don't know a better way to refer to it, which is we will intend to retire them. The guidance for business, the guidance on background authorization forms, the guidance on community outreach, guidance for marijuana establishment licensure applications, guidance on marijuana establishment license types, and then finally the guidance on renewing a marijuana establishment license. These are guidance documents that are either based on the regulatory changes that occurred and were promulgated in January. We've either incorporated them into existing guidance documents, primarily and most commonly the guidance on licensure, which is a very comprehensive, complex, and dense document. A lot of them have been folded into that document. So these guidance documents sitting out there separately, in fact, in some instances, they may contradict. And so by retiring them from our website and retiring them from publication, we avoid confusion. We also avoid duplication in some areas. So what we really want to do is point people, applicants, licensees, the public, commissioners, staff to the right document. But by having these multiple layers sit out there, we realize that can create confusion. In some instances can create conflict. And that's certainly something we'd like to avoid. So my intention administratively is to retire these guidance documents, given that doing so would not contradict a regulation, would be considered consistent with implementation, it would be within the delegated authority to me based on previous votes. There is a guidance document before you for your consideration today that in order to rescind would require your vote. And so we can talk more about that later, but I wanted to give you this information, share it with you as well as share it with the public that these guidance documents are going to disappear from our website, not because of a glitch or an oversight, but really with, I think, a good intention.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Credit to our staff for identifying that as well, those needs.
Thank you. Are there questions on this or any other topic before we let the executive director go? Well, then, thank you, Sean. As always, that was comprehensive, thorough, and it's just testimonial to the fact of how hard people are working and how efficiently and effectively they're working. So, our gratitude for that, and our gratitude to you for your leadership on that.
I'm here if you need me.
Thank you. So it is now time to move into the licensing section of our agenda. I think I'm going to recommend we get started on this, go through changes of ownership, make it at least most of the way, or at least some of the way through renewals, and then take a break before we get back to the rest of the licensing agenda. But let's start. I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin, you're going to take the first piece of this, was changes of ownership. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So let's get going. The first is, these are 8 changes of ownership. First is One Connection Corp. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is One Connection Corp. They're requesting a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses and requesting to add 1 individual to those licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion to approve? Then Commissioner Camargo, please, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for One Connection Corp?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. You're on mute.
Aye. My apologies. Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation on change of ownership for One Connection Corp. by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Eco Farm Leicester LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Eco Farm Leicester LLC. They're requesting a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They're requesting an addition of 1 individual and 2 entities to these 2 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this license before I ask for a motion to approve? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Eco Farm Leicester LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Eco Farm Leicester LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Frozen 4 LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Frozen 4 LLC. They're requesting a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and requesting 1 entity be added to that license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments? Could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation on change of ownership for Frozen 4 LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Frozen 4 LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Green Care Collective Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Green Care Collective Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over a medical marijuana treatment center provisional license. They're requesting to add 6 individuals and 3 entities to this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Green Care Collective Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Green Care Collective Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Green Star Herbals Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Green Star Herbals Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses. They're seeking to add 8 individuals and 4 entities over these 3 retail licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. I would like to point out that this situation here is very similar to a situation that the commission considered last month with a similar change of ownership and control between Cresco, HHH, and Cultivate.
Yes.
This situation would essentially put the new parties to over a limit of the 3 retail licenses that's required by law and under the commission's regulations. However, upon the approval of this change of ownership by the commission, the licensee and the parties have agreed to surrender one of those licenses. And they would be required to do so prior to effectuating any change of ownership, so that at no point in time there would be any violation of the commission's cap limits on licenses. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you pointing that out, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this change of ownership request? And I think we're back to Commissioner Camargo. If I could ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Green Star Herbals Incorporated.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Green Star Herbals Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Harmony of MA Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Harmony of MA Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of a 1 adult use license. They're requesting to add 4 individuals and 1 entity to this 1 license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue on change of ownership for Harmony of MA Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Harmony of MA Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 5 adult use licenses and 1 medical marijuana treatment center license. They're requesting to add 7 individuals and 3 entities with ownership and control over these 6 licenses in total. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
I thought it was interesting to note in some of the news clips that our communications team sends around that there was active discussion about this change of ownership with the planning board, and I think in one of their host communities, I think it's Millbury. And it was just interesting to see the fact that our local officials are asking new owners to maintain those strong local relationships that they
Right.
have with a licensee. So interesting story, and it's great to see that our local officials are being mindful of these changes of ownership also.
Great, thank you. Other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Last up, Mr. Potvin, Mayflower Botanicals Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Mayflower Botanicals Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over one medical marijuana treatment center license. They're seeking to add 2 individuals and 1 entity to this one license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'd like to take just a little bit of time, if it's okay with you on this one. This goes back to 2018, if I'm correct. The original change of ownership request. Am I correct in that?
I believe very, very early 2019.
Okay, and so just obviously it caught my attention as I was reading through it, that it's gone on for a while. I believe, and I really would appreciate your confirmation, or perhaps from the executive director, that essentially what happened here is this kind of was like an issue of timing. That it was right at the time that we took over the medical program from the Department of Public Health. And as we evolved their regulations into our regulations, and I think that some of the rules in terms of requesting change of ownership and reporting change of ownership changed during that period of time, and that accounts at least for some of this lengthy period. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
As of this moment, based upon your recommendation, they have complied. The applicant for change of ownership is completely in compliance with our regulations, specifically with respect to change of ownership. Is that correct?
At this point, what happened, Mr. Chairman, is that during the process of taking over the program in December of 2018, this did coincide with that period of time where the commission was updating its regulations for the medical program.
Right.
Previous to that adoption of the medical regulations for the first time by the commission, there was not a clear process, or at least an identified process that was similar to the adult use regulations for changes in ownership and control. So I think that provided some confusion. I would definitely say that our investigation staff did do their due diligence with the licensee, trying to work through and get a very detailed timeline, as you can see in the report that you would have received. And worked through that and actually took into consideration that confusion that would have happened in the fact that there was no malintent or any act of bad faith on part of the licensee. After identifying some issues, they did issue a notice of deficiency in compliance with the commission's regulations. The licensee was very receptive to that and did take all necessary actions to correct any deficiencies that they had, and now come to a point where those issues have been resolved and is ready for recommendation to the commission.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I really appreciate that clarification. Are there other questions or comments on this before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mayflower Botanicals Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mayflower Botanicals Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, is that it at this moment for change of ownership?
At this time, yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move into renewals. I think just given the time, let's get started on this, and we'll probably take a break in the middle. As you're aware, we typically try to do renewals as a roster, but there are several that we need to remove from the roster. So I think I've got my notes correct, my fellow commissioners, but please, if I've missed something or haven't pulled one out that needs to be pulled out, please let me know. We're going to start with adult use, and the adult use renewals go through triple Q, from single A to triple Q. I'm going to go through one by one the renewals that need to be pulled from the roster, and then we'll go back and vote on the remainder of the roster. But there's looks like about a dozen or so that need to be pulled from the roster for various reasons, and so we'll start with those. The first of those is D, Applicator Therapeutics Plainville LLC, which Commissioner Camargo, I understand you are recusing yourself from. Is that correct?
Repeat that one, Chairman, I'm sorry.
Applicator Therapeutics Plainville LLC.
I am not recusing myself from that one.
You sure? I apologize for that. Oh, no, I'm sorry, there's just a condition there. My fault. Condition. I get the recusal later, but there is a condition. I'm sorry. The condition that Commissioner Camargo has on this is that the applicant is to submit separate positive impact plan and diversity plan for next renewal. That I got it right that time. Sorry about that.
All good.
Are there any other conditions or comments on this renewal application before I ask for a motion and a vote? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Applicator Therapeutics Plainville LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Applicator Therapeutics Plainville LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next are L and M, which are two renewal applications from Curaleaf, Massachusetts Incorporated. Once again, I have a request from Commissioner Concepcion to attach an additional condition. Excuse me, Commissioner Camargo, to attach an additional condition on these two license renewals. Specifically, within 90 days, applicant should submit an update on how they plan to remedy the initial partnership with C3RM as it relates to the $12,000 in scholarships. Applicant to clarify if scholarship will still be available through another partner agency. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on these two renewal applications? Then I think we can treat the L&M as a roster. Can I ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation issue two renewals to Curaleaf, Massachusetts, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Excuse me, yeah, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue renewals to Curaleaf, Massachusetts Incorporated for MRR 205808 and MRR 205807, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The next renewal that needs to be pulled from the roster, the overall roster, is O, Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. Commissioner Camargo, I understand you have a comment as well as a condition. Please go ahead with your comment.
Sure. I just want to say I appreciate their work and their information for the renewal application. You'll read the condition in a second, but I just want to let them know that we appreciate the work that they're doing at their other locations. The condition that you will read has to do with licensees submitting actual data from licenses that are open, not from other locations that folks have. So I just want to let them know that they're doing great work at their other locations, but for this specific license that they're renewing, my condition, and I'll read it and you can read it again, is applicant to submit data from actual license entity once operational at next renewal.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't think I need to read it again. I'll ask for a vote, including that requested condition. Are there other questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Ganesh Wellness Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Ganesh Wellness Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The next renewal that needs to be pulled from the overall roster is X, Just Incredible Cultivation, LLC. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo to put an additional condition on this renewal, specifically resubmit positive impact plan and supporting document to clarify the objectives as it relates to the goal. Do you wish to make a comment, Commissioner Camargo?
I do, thank you, and I didn't write that in my notes, but
You did, but you still have, go ahead anyway.
Absolutely, thank you. So for Just Incredibles, I just want to say I think it's a fun fact, and I need to make sure it's a right fact, but I need a fact finder out there in Massachusetts. Just Incredibles, I believe, is one of our only minority Black-owned cultivation sites in Massachusetts. And I know that they, through reading their renewal application, have pretty much 99% minority staff at their location. They're out in, I believe, Cummington, somewhere out in Western Mass. And the renewal that I've placed on them is just very, very simple in terms of clarification in their supporting documents. But I also want to just give them some kudos on all the work that they've done. I've read their application for renewal thoroughly, and I know they've had a lot of challenges. So I just wanted to give them a quick shout out before that.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Just Incredible Cultivation LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Just Incredible Cultivation LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next renewal that needs to be pulled from the overall roster is TT, which is Pure Industries Incorporated. Commissioner Camargo, I believe you have a comment you'd like to make on this application for renewal?
I do, and Chairman, just so you know, it's only a comment, not a for Pure.
No, that's my note, so that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment, because I've taken on reading renewals, which I invite all my fellow commissioners to look into as well. I know some of you do, but I wanted to just give a quick a quick comment. In their renewal application, you know, folks have to update us on what they've done, you know, within a year. And I found this one very interesting. In part of their positive impact plan, they're going to be teaching home growers how to cultivate properly. So when we talk about diversity plans and positive impact plans and people thinking outside the box, it was just nice to see Pure Industries think a little bit outside the box and think about what do some of the home growers need as well, and they need training. So, and you know, our executive director talked a little bit about us going into inspections at some point. So I think that Pure Industries we appreciated that they're doing that as part of their positive impact plan.
Thank you. But again, so my understanding is the same as yours, which is that you don't wish to ask for an additional condition on this renewal application, correct?
Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? And I just wanted to apologize to my fellow commissioners, Roy and Stebbins. I know that both of you would like to make some comments, and I should have done it before we started the renewals, but we have a couple more of the exceptions to rosters. Before we get into the full rosters, I will give you the opportunity to make those comments. My apologies again that I didn't do that before we got into these exceptions. So I would like, based upon the comments from Commissioner Camargo, to ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to to issue a renewal to Pure Industries Incorporated. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Pure Industries Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, that has to be removed from the roster is W, which is Pure Lowell Incorporated. Commissioner Camargo, I believe you have requested an additional condition on this license, specifically within 90 days applicant to submit, clarify if the $5,000 donation to Old Colony and Lowell is on behalf of both licenses that they own or from one. Are there any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion?
I guess I'll make a quick comment.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So there was 87 renewals this month. And I think, you know, after reading through these renewals, you start seeing that folks or entities who have 2 or 3 licenses will submit pretty much same information per license, right? You can have a manufacturing license, you can have a retail license, you can have a cultivation license. So when it comes to donations, you know, for this example, for Pure Lowell, I just want folks to be clear if when they're making those donations, is it per license that they're making their donation, or is it as a corporation as a whole? So they made a $5,000 donation to Old Colony in Lowell. I believe it's a YMCA, which is great. My question is, does that $5,000 count per license or per the one that you're renewing? And I think it's something that we need to just be aware of, because I'm seeing it a lot during the renewals. So I just wanted to bring that up. But of course, they're also doing great work in the city of Lowell. So thank you.
Appreciate that. And I appreciate that request for clarification. Are there any other comments or requests for additional conditions on this license before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewal for Pure Lowell Incorporated subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Pure Lowell Incorporated subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know if you have in your notes, but I want to give you an extra condition to pull out AAA.
No, that is not in my notes, but that's fine. Actually, I had for AAA and BBB that you wanted to make a comment, so I have them pulled out from the roster, so we can go through the right. Actually, time is perfect.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so comment and
for
condition.
AAA and BBB, why don't you go start with your comment, and then if you would read out your requested, and I assume you're applying your requested condition to both these license renewals?
Correct.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So AA, BB, Solar Therapeutics. So my comment.
Excuse me, AAA, BBB.
AAA, BBB, sorry. We went through the alphabet 3 times here in renewals now. So my comment is just to Solar Therapeutics. They're read through their renewal information. They're doing a lot of work in the community. I know they're out in Seekonk and Dartmouth and Somerset. They're working with Last Prisoner Project. They're doing a lot of great work, and I know that they have some sessions coming up. So kudos to them in terms of the work that they're doing. I've said this before, and while establishments may donate to organizations of their choice, I want folks to be mindful, intentional, and to uphold the commission equity mandate and the CCC mission when it comes to donation. So my condition to Solar Therapeutics is there is a small donation. It's not a large donation, but to the point, to a dog shelter. And I want to make sure that, and animals are important, love dogs, but I want to make sure that we are mindful what we're doing when we're donating funds, because we want to make sure that it is to positively impact people and communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. And this is just a small example, but I just want folks to be mindful. Every little bit counts. And I think that part of the equity mission, the mandate, and our mission at the CCC is really to focus on communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs and people.
Thank you. So is there a condition, a specific condition you'd like to attach to this license?
So I guess the condition is that they can clarify how the donation to the dog shelters are going to positively impact communities and or people who have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs.
Okay, thank you. Then could I ask, please, are there other comments or questions on these 2 renewal applications or requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewal to 2 renewals to Solar Therapeutics Incorporated, MRR 205785 and MPR 243636, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hopp and I. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 renewals to Solar Therapeutics Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. That, I believe, is the full list of renewal applications that we pulled from the roster. I will go through the rest of the roster, specifically just make sure that our minutes are accurate. But before I do, and again, my apology, Commissioner Roy, you had asked to make a comment prior to us getting into any of the license categories, renewals, finals, and provisionals, and I apologize, but I'd like to give you that opportunity now if you're still willing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to address the meeting. In my role on the commission as the public health appointee, I would like to convey an area that I will be and am particularly focused on, and that is the Code of Massachusetts Regulations 500.140 subsection 6, and the importance of consumer education in dispensing procedures as it relates to adult use regulations. Moving forward, I will be closely reviewing and inspecting applicants seeking provisional, final, and renewal licenses to determine full compliance with the established consumer education requirements. May I respectfully remind all retail MEs that 100% compliance includes providing an adequate and readily available supply of current educational materials for distribution. In reviewing dispensing procedure plans, I've noticed selective compliance within the subsections A through J. 100% compliance is required. May I also give a gentle reminder that the mission of the Commission expressly states enhance and ensure public health and safety by developing and enforcing effective regulations, and also by developing and executing a program of continuing public education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your focus on that important matter. Really appreciate it. So I would now like to propose that we take a vote or have a motion and take a vote on the remaining adult use renewals on this roster. And again, just for transcription purposes and accuracy of our minutes, let me go through explicitly by letter the roster that remains for us to consider. Again, adult use renewal applications, A through C, E through K, N, P through W, Y through double S, double V through double Z, and then triple C through triple Q. That is the remaining roster for adult use renewals. I would like to ask, please, I have no requests from any of my fellow commissioners to put conditions or to remove those from the roster. So could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewal to those applicants on the roster I just went through? Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Mr. Potvin, I believe I have now taken care of all of the adult use renewals. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to suggest we go through, there are several renewals for the medical program. I would suggest we go through those and then take a short break. I know I could use one. Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I have 2 comments to make on 2 other licenses, but we can wait till you guys are done.
Okay. We have a roster that we're going to separate in 2 pieces. Triple R will be treated separately, and then the remaining RMD renewals, which are triple S through triple Y, we'll consider as a roster. Let's start with Commonwealth Alternative Care, though. Triple R. Now I'm correct, Commissioner Camargo, that you do wish to recuse yourself from this?
Correct.
So if you wouldn't mind shutting off your camera, please. Thank you. I would like to, unless there are requests for additional conditions on this renewal or any comments, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Commonwealth Alternative Care RMD 1126. Are there questions or comments for us for a motion? Then Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Commonwealth Alternative Care?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to Commonwealth Alternative Care with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo being recused. If you wouldn't mind turning your camera back on, Commissioner Camargo. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The remaining medical renewals we can treat as a roster, so from triple S through triple Y, unless there are requests for comments or additional conditions. I'd like to ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion then to approve staff recommendation to issue renewals to the roster triple S through triple Y?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, can I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to the roster triple S through triple Y with a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Ms. Bachman, are we done with all the renewals that you've brought to the table?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for your hard work. I understand that for finals and for provisionals, we're going to be led through the process by your colleague.
I'm going to stay on for finals, and then I'm going to graciously hand it over with your blessing to our licensing manager, Suko Dufo.
That's great. Thank you. So we'll look forward to seeing you. Is there any objection? I have 11:31. Is there any objection if we take a 15-minute? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to make some a comment before we go? I apologize for that. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I need to make sure I push my way in here because it's the only time that we do this once a month, right? We get all ready for public meeting. But I wanted to just give a quick kudos. I know that in the regs, and I know we're going to work on it internally, there's some awards, right, in terms of some leadership awards and some equity awards, and I know we're going to get there, but I'm going to make up my own sort of shout outs and awards when I do these things until we get there, because I think it's important, you know, sometimes we're here sort of putting conditions on people and we're, you know, looking at everything. And so I just want to give kudos to folks where it is deserved. And I made some comments earlier, but I also want to add Berkshire Kind. They in their renewal process, they added that they were using women-owned businesses and a veteran construction company, which I think you're going to hear a lot more of in our diversity plans and our positive impact plans, you know, throughout the next, you know, few months. But it's important to think a little bit outside the box and how can we create, you know, an ecosystem when it comes to, you know, building your facilities and thinking about veterans, LGBTQ, minorities, women-owned businesses when you're building your infrastructure. So Berkshire Kind, I just want to say kudos to you all. Local Roots, I just want to say nice job in reporting out your renewal. Very easy to read, very straight to the point, what your old goal was and how you accomplished it. There was 87 renewals this month. So for me as a commissioner who's reading all of them, I appreciate that. I also want to say to Local Roots that I love the fact that you are working with local artists in the community where you are located to display artwork at your facility. So really good. Kudos to you all. I think sometimes we forget the artist community. So it's nice to see that Local Roots is incorporating local artists into their facilities. So that's it, Chairman. Thank you.
No, thank you. And, you know, I should have said at the beginning of this, I just want to thank you once again for your leadership on bringing this kind of scrutiny to the renewals. It's important and appreciated. So thank you for that. And thank you for those shout outs as well. Yeah.
Can I just say, yeah, one more thing, and then we'll go on break and you can have your cigarette.
Nobody in the public knows that I smoke. So
Commissioner,
not anymore.
Not anymore. Sorry. Okay, fine. I'll go have a cigarette smoke too, and I don't smoke. I just want to say that, you know, the renewals is a location where, I mean, it's a point where we can see what these applicants are doing after provisional licenses, right? We can tell the work that they've done, what they haven't done, what they're gonna do. So I think the renewals is a key point in this process. So thank you, Chairman, and now you can go have a break.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to, before we go on break, I'll be really brief. I want to thank Commissioner Camargo for all of her hard work on these renewals. I know she has spent countless hours poring over them, and I just want to say kudos to her and thank her for all her hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, is an 11-minute break okay with everybody? So it's 11:34. Can we recess until 11:45? Does that work for everybody? Okay, then we are in recess until 11:45 a.m. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:45. Can I have confirmation that each of my fellow commissioners is back online? I can see Commissioner Stebbins and Roy. Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo? Commissioner Camargo, are you back? There you go. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. So we are back in session at 11:46 a.m. Mr. Potvin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind just introducing the final licenses, we're going to do several rosters here, but if you have any overall comments on these license applications, Mr. Potvin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, again, there's a decent list of licensees that are being recommended to the commission for final licensure. Licensees who've made it through our process and are, have taken steps to get their operation up and running. I believe there's a list here of 10 adult use licenses.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think there's more than that, if I'm
More
correct.
than
5. I have 12, and then three medical treatment centers.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to identify, if you want me, do you want me to read them out?
No, we'll go through the roster. So unless there's any other comments on the overall roster, I think we're good.
I would just make 2 comments for the commission information. Is one, as something, Mr. Chairman, you brought up in past meetings, for independent testing labs, there is one here for recommended for final licensure for your consideration, which shows that labs are again making it through our process. Additionally, there are 2 marijuana courier, formerly known as delivery only licenses that are making it through our process as well.
Actually, Mr. Potvin, if I'm correct, there are 3 couriers. Rats and Pistols. Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly. Rats and Pistols, Frozen Fork Corporation, and then Trevit LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are correct, and I'm reading off of the slide that's directly in front of me instead of knowing the entire list, so I apologize. You are correct. There are 3. So again, 3 licensees moving towards that commence operation stage for delivery services. So again, just those are the 2 points that I would point out for the commission's consideration when voting.
Thank you so much, and I agree with you that it's great news to see progress on both of those fronts. So. I'm going to propose that we do this in 3 separate rosters, starting with the adult use recommendations, which are A through L on this slide. So all of the adult use licenses I'd like to treat as one roster. We'll treat M separately, and then the other 2 vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment centers, N and O, will treat separately. So let's start with the adult use roster for final licenses. Are there any questions? I'm not aware of any requests for conditions on these licenses or requests to make comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chair, thanks. The analytics lab is Director Potvin pointed out, as an independent testing lab, and our friends in the city of Holyoke told us that they think this might be the first minority women-owned testing laboratory. So if that's the case, that's quite a mile.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Potvin?
I would have to verify that information, Mr. Chairman. I'm not correct on that. I'm not sure on that one.
I hope that's the case, but thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Stebbins. Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation issue final licenses to companies A through L on this roster. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to the roster A through L by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. The next sub-roster I'd like to consider for final licenses is M, Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. My understanding, Commissioner Camargo, is you are recusing yourself from this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please turn your camera off then, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions before I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Commonwealth Alternative Care, MTC 1126? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion? I'm sorry.
Second.
I don't think you can second your own motion. Commissioner Stebbins, could you second that motion, please?
Yes, second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Commonwealth Alternative Care, MTC 1126, by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, if you would turn your camera back on, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Last sub-roster for final licenses are N and O. Are there any questions or requests for additional conditions on these final license applications? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final license to N and O on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to companies N and O on this roster by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Mr. Potvin, are there any other final licenses to be considered at this point in time?
No, not at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to confirm Commissioner Stebbins' comments about Analytics Lab. After reviewing their license record in our Massachusetts cannabis industry portal, it does appear that the majority ownership is held by women and minorities. So Commissioner Stebbins was correct.
That's good news on multiple fronts. More labs, which the industry needs, as well as women and minority owned. That's great news. So thank you for that confirmation, Mr. Potvin. We're going to go into provisionals, and I understand that Ms. Defoe is going to lead us through that. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Potvin, and obviously the licensing staff for your great work and hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. So Ms. Defoe, are you on?
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm glad you decided to come back this month. We weren't sure after we tried to treat you well last month, but I'm glad you came back.
Thank you.
Before we get started on going through the provisional licenses, which we'll go through one by one, as is our custom, I know that Commissioner Roy would like to make a comment and Commissioner Stebbins would like to make a comment. So Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we enter the voting process for provisionals, as my first meeting, formally voting on them and making conditions, I want to applaud and celebrate the mission of the commission, as well as the applicants and licensees, for their continued and extraordinary efforts toward promoting increased diversity and inclusion in the industry. Any conditions that I will provide moving forward is with the goal of making their diversity plans more robust. But everyone is to be applauded and celebrated for their efforts in this manner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just take a moment to talk about some observations with respect to the provisional licenses that we're reviewing today. As Commissioner Roy just highlighted, we all know the Massachusetts statute offered a focus on social equity and assists those communities which had been disproportionately impacted. This commission and its staff and the commissioners took an early step to identify those disproportionately impacted communities. It was striking to me to see that a few of the provisional applicants within current DI communities, one, chose not to focus on hiring in their positive impact plan, or in some cases, they actually focused on a completely different disproportionately impacted community. So there's a chance some of those commitments might have been made elsewhere, but I just wanted to point that out. You'll see in some of the conditions I'm going to offer that I'm looking for some clarification on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stebbins. Any other opening comments before I ask Ms. Defoe to start leading us through this? Okay, then Ms. Defoe, the first provisional license application that is up for consideration is Beachgrass Topicals LLC. Please, this I believe was expedited as a women-owned business. Is that correct?
A woman-owned business as well as a micro business.
As well as a micro, obviously by type as well. Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Beachgrass Topicals LLC. The proposed location is 3103 Cranberry Highway, Unit F, located in Wareham. They are seeking a micro business license. As you stated earlier, they are an expedited review as a micro business and a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission review and consideration. Therefore, the commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this application. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just have a comment, and I want to commend Beachgrass Topicals LLC. They had one of the more thorough PIP plans that I read with metrics and deliverables. So great job on that front.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or requests for conditions? Okay, then I'd like to ask Commissioner Camargo, please, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Beachgrass Topicals LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Beachgrass Topicals LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have 4 applications from Commonwealth Alternative Care. The first 3, if I'm correct, Ms. Defoe, are co-located. So we'll take them as one, and then the last one is in a separate location. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before you start, though, Commissioner Camargo, I believe you're recusing yourself from this. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it looks like your camera's already off.
Correct.
Thank you. Then go ahead, please, on the first 3 Commonwealth Alternative Care provisional license applications, please, Ms. Defoe.
Okay, the applicant here is Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. The proposed location is 30 Mazone Boulevard, located in Taunton. They are seeking a cultivation tier 11 indoor product manufacturing and a retail license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins and a request from Commissioner Roy for additional conditions on these licenses. Let me start with Commissioner Stebbins. The requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, clarify and report back to the commission whether hiring Taunton residents was considered within your positive impact plan, considering the proposed operation is in a commission recognized disproportionately impacted community. From Commissioner Roy, now, yeah, these are for all 3 of these licenses, if I'm reading your notes correctly, Commissioner Roy.
Yes.
The additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy is quote, prior to final application for licensure, Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated will provide original and unique language as to their employee retention, training, and development goals.
May I add a comment?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Please go ahead.
What we're seeing in review, I know myself as well as my fellow commissioners are seeing identical language being used on numerous applications. So we encourage unique and original language.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions on these applications before we'll do again an individual vote on each of these 3 co-located applications? Okay. Then could I please have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, MCN 281917, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy? Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, MCN 281917, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the next co-located Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated application, MPN 281583. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Roy, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, MPN 281583, by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. I would then like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue the final co-located provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care, MRN 282337, with additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the commission, or excuse me, let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, MRN 282337, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Ms. Defoe, then we have another Commonwealth Alternative Care provisional license application at a separate location, MRN 282339. Could you please go through that?
Yes. The applicant, the applicant here is Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. The proposed location is 1090 West Chestnut Street, located in Brockton. They are seeking a retail license. The applicant received a priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, the commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Stebbins, and Commissioner Roy, wasn't clear whether the condition that you request on the previous 3 Commonwealth Alternative Care licenses, did you also intend to apply it to this license?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue And I'm sorry, the conditions, by the way, requested by commissioners, let me read them. I think they're the same as they were on the other 3 licenses, but just for clarity. The condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins on this license is prior to final application for licensure, clarify and report back to the commission whether hiring Brockton residents was considered prior to your positive impact plan, or considered within your positive impact plan, considering the proposed operation is in a commission recognized disproportionately impacted community. Commissioner Roy's requested condition is prior to final application for licensure, Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated will provide original and unique language as to their employee retention, training, and development goals. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Could you second that motion, please, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, MRN 282339, by a vote of 4 in favor. Subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy, by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, please turn your camera back on. Thank you. Welcome back. Before we get into the next application, 2 things. One is Commissioner Camargo, if I'm correct, or Commissioner Concepcion, if I'm correct, you're going to recuse yourself from this. So please correct. Turn your camera off. And then Commissioner Stebbins, do you have a comment you'd like to make before we start the discussion on this application?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's already been touched upon by my colleague, Commissioner Roy, reviewing this next application. I believe it was one other, I believe it's Real Leaf, which we're taking up consideration of later. Again, just finding very similar language in diversity plans between applicants. And listen, I fully understand that the development of any licensed cannabis business is fraught is fraught with some unique challenges and some barriers, and it's simply really hard work. I do appreciate that. However, I do encourage our applicants to make these plans uniquely their own, just as they would their business. So I hope everybody will keep that in consideration as they move forward and as they approach this provisional licensing stage. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Defoe, let's go through Cypress Tree Management Natick Incorporated. This is an economic empowerment priority application, if I'm correct.
Cypress Tree Management. I believe they're general, but let me just double check.
It's possible that I screwed up my notes. But I thought I got it right.
I believe they're just general, but if you can just give me a second, I can verify.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. If I screwed up, my apologies.
That's okay. They are general applicant.
Okay. I don't know how I got that in my notes, but anyway, thank you for that clarification. My apologies.
Yes, sir.
So please go ahead.
The applicant here is The applicant here is Cypress Tree Management Natick Incorporated, doing business is ready. The proposed location is 321 Beam Street, located in Natick. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant did receive a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities. Are there any other requests for additional conditions or comments on this application? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
In light of Mr. Stebbins' comment in the discovery, we found identical language between Cypress Tree and Real Leaf. I feel that in all fairness to other entities before the commission today, that we add a condition on the cuff, on the fly, if you will, prior to final application to licensure. Cypress Tree Management Natick Inc. will provide original and unique language as to their employee retention, training, and development goals due to common language with Real Leaf.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Natick Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. I'll let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Natick Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Concepcion recused. Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, if you could turn your camera back on, please. Welcome back. Next up is KG Collective LLC Retail. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is KG Collective LLC. The proposed location is 3159 Columbus Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and they did receive priority review as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Concepcion and Roy for additional. I know there's conditions on this license. Let me start with Commissioner Roy. Her requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, identify goals, hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. And then from Commissioner Concepcion, her requested additional condition is prior to final licensure, the applicant shall amend its security plan to state that the appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission shall be notified of any breach of security or other reportable incident defined in 500.110 section 9 immediately, and in no instance more than 24 hours following discovery of the breach or incident. Are there other requests for conditions or comments on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KG Collective LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KG Collective LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, are two, if I'm correct, co-located applications from Mass Biology Technology LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
The applicant here is Mass Biology Technology LLC. The proposed location is 6 Appleton Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 4 indoor and a product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Stebbins and Roy for additional conditions on this license, starting with Commissioner Stebbins. Actually, there are 2 conditions requested. First, prior to final application for licensure, clarify and report back to the Commission relative to the focus of the positive impact plan on Springfield, considering the proposed operations located in Commission-designated disproportionately impacted community of Holyoke. Second condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins is prior to final application for licensure, identify any spending goals with LGBTQ and disabled citizen-owned certified businesses. From Commissioner Roy, on both these licenses, I have a request for additional conditions. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity and inclusion plan for job postings to also include veterans publications, job sites, and other veteran outreach strategies when advertising employment opportunities. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on these two license applications or any other comments? Okay, we'll take separate votes here then. Commissioner Roy, can I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biology Technology LLC MCN 283150, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biology Technology LLC MCN 283150, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biology Technology LLC, MPN 281972, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biology Technology LLC, MPN 281972, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins. Thank you. Next up is Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated, MRN 282682. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated. The proposed location is 230 Harvard Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license, and the applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, please update diversity and inclusion plan job postings to also include veterans publications, job sites, and other veteran outreach strategies when advertising employment opportunities. Are there other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? And then I think if I'm correct, we are up to, well, I don't know, but Commissioner Stebbins, no, you were last. Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mayflower Medicinals, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have 2 applications from Pleasant Trees Incorporated, which I believe are co-located. Is that correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Pleasant Trees Incorporated. The proposed location is 111 Mosher Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a cultivation tier 9 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have requests on these 2 applications for additional conditions from both Commissioner Stebbins and Roy. From Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, clarify and report back to Commission relative to the focus of the positive impact plan on Amherst, considering the proposed operations are located in a Commission designated disproportionately impacted community of in the Commission designated disproportionately impacted community of Holyoke. And from Commissioner Roy, give me a second. Her requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, Pleasantries Incorporated will provide original and unique language as to their employee retention, training, and development goals. Are there any other comments or requests for additional conditions on these two licenses? Then I could ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasantries Incorporated MCN 283506, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasantries Incorporated MCN 283506, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasantries Incorporated MPN 282071, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, you said aye. I apologize for my distraction.
That's okay. I said aye. Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasantries Incorporated MPN 282071 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe is Relief Cultivation LLC. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Relief Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is Lot 3A-3B Summit Industrial Park located in Gardner. They are seeking a cultivation Tier 2 indoor license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman and minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. So I have requests on this license for additional conditions from Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Roy. And then Commissioner Roy, based upon the previous conversation on Cypress Street, do you want to propose an additional condition as well as the one you previously sent my way?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, would you go ahead with that, please, and then I'll go through the ones that I have in my notes.
Yep. Prior to final application to licensure, Real Leaf Cultivation LLC will provide original and unique language as to their proposed initiatives, which have the identical language as Cypress Tree.
Okay. Thank you. On top of that condition, I've got requests, as I said, from Commissioner Stebbins, Roy, and Concepcion. So from Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities. From Commissioner Roy, in addition to the condition she just requested, also has requested an additional condition prior to final application for licensure. Please update diversity and inclusion plan for job postings to also include veterans publications, job sites, and other veteran outreach strategies when advertising employment opportunities. And from Commissioner Concepcion, her requested additional condition is prior to final licensure, the applicant must provide a standard operating procedure to commission staff that correctly reflects the regulations promulgated in January 2021. Are there any other comments or requests for additional condition on this license? Then I believe Commissioner Stebbins, if you wouldn't mind making a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Relief Cultivation LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Roy.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Relief Cultivation LLC subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe is Shine Delivery LLC, a marijuana courier.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
The applicant here
I'm
is.
sorry, we're gonna have to work on our rhythm. If I keep
Sorry.
off like that, please go ahead.
The applicant here is Shine Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 119 Washington Street, located in Plainville. They are seeking a marijuana courier license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license, specifically resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it, quote, promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts, unquote. Are there any other comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Shine Delivery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Shine Delivery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, there are 2 co-located applications, if I'm correct, from True Eastleaf LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
The applicant here is True Eastleaf LLC. The proposed location is 161 Seymour Street, located in Pittsfield. They are seeking a cultivation tier 1 indoor and a retail license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Again, we'll go through, we'll vote on each of those separately. I have a request, though, for conditions on both of these licenses from Commissioner Camargo. Specifically, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, in that it, quote, promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts, unquote. Any other comments or requests for additional conditions on these 2 license applications? Then if I could ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to True Eastleaf LLC, MCN 282313, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to True Eastleaf LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. If I could next ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to True Eastleaf LLC, MRN 282909, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to True Eastleaf LLC, MRN 282909, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Middlesex Integrative Medicine Incorporated, vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Please go ahead.
Okay, before I present Middlesex Integrative Medicine, I just wanted to inform the commission that this MTC application for licensure is the last paper-driven application following DPH processes. All the MTC
let's have a little round of applause for licensing and technology staff. Go ahead, Ms. Defoe. Thank you for that. Keep going.
All the MTC applications moving forward will be electronically sent through Mass CIP, as has been the case since May 2020. So going forward, the applicant here is Middlesex Integrative Medicine Incorporated. The proposed location for its cultivation product manufacturing operations is 25 Mohawk Drive, located in Leominster. And for its dispensing operations, the proposed location is 305 2nd Avenue, located in Waltham. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for commission's review. I think I made a mistake. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry. Go ahead. And what do you need to correct?
No, I'm sorry. I thought I made a mistake on the address.
No, I know it's on 2nd Avenue, Waltham. That's not too far from where I live, so I know that's
sorry. My apologies. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional. Issuance of an MTC license subject to the conditions before you. Sorry, I got thrown off.
No, don't worry about it. That's fine. No, that's great. Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license application. Are there comments or requests for conditions? Then, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Middlesex Integrative Medicine Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Middlesex Integrated Medicine Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Ms. Defoe, do we have any other provisional license applications in front of us at this time?
No, sir, we do not.
Well, then, thank you very much, not just for being with us today and doing a great job of leading us through the conversation, but for all the work I know that goes on to get ready for these conversations and all the careful review of the applications. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Executive Director, Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and the Director of Licensing for giving me the opportunity to present at today's meeting. And I also wanted to add that I look forward to hearing my colleagues' presentation on the diversity guidance.
Well, we're going to get there. That's the next agenda item. The only question is whether we take a break before we do. But thank you again, Ms. Defoe. Really appreciate it. And
thank you, Chairman.
Enjoy the rest of your day now that you're done with us. You can go back. You can go back to your day job now.
Good job, Suko.
Good job, Suko.
Thank you. Okay, so I screwed up obviously in terms of my prognostication about meeting length. I apologize for that. It's 12:30. If you can go to the next slide, please, Matt. Yeah, we have a number of things. I don't know that they're going to take that long, but I don't want to rush through any of them. They're all important topics. So it's 12:34. My suggestion, if it's okay with my fellow commissioners, is we take a half-hour break. Grab a bite to eat, and then come back at 1, and I think we'll get through the rest of the agenda items, relatively quickly. But again, I don't want to have to rush through them. I think they're all important. So is that okay with everybody?
Can I ask a question first?
Yes, please go ahead.
Would this be our last break, and then we kind of go through everything when we come back?
That would be my expectation, Commissioner Concepcion. Again, my prognostication skills have already been proved to be pretty inferior. But my guess is, while these are important topics, I don't know that they're going to be terribly lengthy. But yes, my expectation, if we take a half-hour break now, that would be the last break of the day.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that all right? Okay, then we are in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, it's 1 p.m. I can see 3 commissioners. Commissioner Concepcion, are you with us?
I'm here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So it is 1 p.m. We are back in session. Once again, my apologies for my poor prognostication skills, but I do think we'll get through the rest of this without needing to take another break, I hope. So we've got 5 topics. We'll go through them in sequence, starting with diversity guidance. Before I turn it over to Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, I'd like to first of all thank them for their leadership on this very important and I think, as they've learned, quite challenging topic. I also wanted to just shout out to former commissioners Title and Flanagan, who kind of started the process that Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo picked up on. Thank them for their efforts on this as well. So with that being said, I don't know how you guys want to do this. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, who's going to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead, please, Commissioner Camargo.
Yep. I also just want to make sure that Tisa and Rebecca are also on.
Can we get confirmation of that, please?
Yes. Tisa.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Our whole team is here. Thank you, Chairman. And like you said, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank former Commissioner Title and former Commissioner Flanagan, who left us a draft of the diversity plans. We took that draft, we took best practices from it, recruited a new team from within the commission who live and breathe diversity plans every day as part of their roles. I just want to say kudos to Commissioner Stebbins for taking this on with me and bringing his expertise, his humor, and workforce development passion to the table. And to the team we built, it was a pleasure working with you all. Your expertise and tireless commitment to the equity mandate and the mission of the CCC is really appreciated. Chief Yao GB, who's the head of enforcement, I just want to say kudos to you for allowing us to really, take your staff for the last few months to work on this. Kayo, Suko, Rebecca, Tisa, Andrew, and Anne-Marie, who's part of the communications team. I want to say a special thank you to the legal team who worked tirelessly with us to edit this document, but also our communications team, Mary Alice and your team and Tara and others who helped us really edit this to get it where it's at today. You don't realize how many different departments this guidance document has to go through and how many eyes to get to this meeting today. I've said this in the past, diversity plans are as important as security plans. We took many things into account and developed this new guidance. We hope that the public uses this as a resource and as a guidance while they're developing their diversity plans. And to tell you a little bit more about these new diversity guidance, or this new diversity guidance document, is Tisa. She's one of our licensing specialists. Also Rebecca, she is one of our project coordinators, and I, from what I hear, was specifically hired to look at renewals and the equity mandate within the commission. These 2 women have been amazing. They have led our meetings. We've had team meetings every other Friday for the last few months. And I really thank them for getting us here today and the rest of the team. So with that being said, Tisa, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for that generous introduction. Thank you, Chairman, Executive Director, and Commissioners for this opportunity to present. My name is Tisa Chukwueze. I'm an attorney by trade and a licensing specialist at the Commission under the leadership of Kyle Potvin, the Director of Licensing, and Yao GB, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement. In my role, I, along with a talented team of licensing specialists, review hundreds of diversity plans as a part of the initial application review process to ensure applicants are compliant with the Commission's regulations. As an applicant, why is this diversity guidance resource important to you? Well, we want to help you succeed through the application process. As licensing specialists, we use the diversity guidance document as a rubric, mainly to ensure that applicants are complying with the equity mission and legal mandate on the Commission, which is to promote and encourage the full participation of specific diverse populations within the Massachusetts cannabis industry. A few months ago, the Commission began an initiative to revamp the diversity guidance document to reflect what we believe will help guide applicants to construct a plan that aligns with our equity mission and legal mandate. This initiative was led by Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins and was made up of a diverse group of colleagues across several different departments. The diverse composition of this group led to a lot of thought-provoking discussion around how the Commission should fulfill its equity mission regarding diversity. This was truly a collaborative effort. I personally brought examples of diversity plans that I reviewed and encouraged the group to adopt some of those creative ideas into the best practices section of the guidance document. So be sure to check that out. Once this document is approved, I encourage applicants and renewal licensees to take a look at this new diversity guidance before creating or updating your plan. Also, reach out to us if you have any additional questions. One important thing to note is that applicants are now required to submit at least 2 goals in their plans. Ultimately, this document was designed to help applicants create meaningful plans that are unique, realistic, and authentic to the capabilities of their establishment. Your diversity efforts do not have to start or end with workforce hiring. In fact, applicants are encouraged to think outside of the box. My colleague, Rebecca Quache, will give you a high-level overview of what we have created together. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to share my thoughts with you as you consider this guidance.
Thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you, Tisa.
Thank you, Tisa, Commissioners, Chairman, and Executive Director for allotting us this time to present the new guidance on diversity plan. My name is Rebecca Quache, and I am one of the project coordinators of the Investigation and Enforcement Department. My role at the Commission is to review renewal application to ensure that licensees are compliant with the Commission's mandate and mission. I focus on ensuring that licensees are in compliance when it comes to their diversity plan and their positive impact plan. A diversity plan can begin from the construction or renovation of your facility to the commenced operation of your establishment, which is an idea that is within this guidance speaks to. We encourage applicants and licensees to read this new guidance once approved by the Commission before creating a diversity plan or updating the Commission on the progress or success of their diversity plan upon new renewal. In this new guidance, you will find ideas of best practices as it relates to the creation of a diversity plan, resources and tools to use when setting up your workforce hiring and development of goals, and supplier diversity. As a renewal application reviewer, I want each licensees to be successful when it comes to implementing their diversity plan. That is why we have included guidance on how to revise your diversity plan when limited or no progress has been made towards your diversity plan. We have also included a sample chart as to how to report measurable goals when it comes to voluntary personnel information collected by the establishment's workforce diversity. We have also included a live resource page that will provide you with additional resources, which you will find on the Commission's Model Diversity and Positive Impact Plan page. This new guidance encourages applicants and licensees to be creative, realistic, authentic, and be excited about their diversity plan from the creation to the implementation of their plan. Again, thank you for your time and consideration, and I will now hand it over. You will now hear from Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. That was great. Go ahead, please, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rebecca. Mr. Chair, my colleagues, I want to start by saying I've thoroughly enjoyed the chance to work with Commissioner Camargo and this really incredible team to our diversity plan guidance. As you pointed out, acknowledge the work of our predecessors, Commissioner Flanagan and Commissioner Title. As it's been pointed out, the goals of this new guidance are to offer predictability, simplifying the process, encouraging our applicants to build a meaningful and impactful diversity plan that is uniquely their own. This guidance is to help our licensees and applicants create a plan that meets the Commission's expectations. Our expectations of 2 goals is being established with this new guidance, but let's be clear, the expectation is already being met by many of our applicants, which is nice to see. As Tisa mentioned, some of the strong diversity plans that she had reviewed had best practices brought into the discussion among the team. In addition, this guidance will also contain a collection of resources to help our licensees create clear and actionable diversity plans and be leaders within the industry across Massachusetts. Again, just want to thank the team across several departments for their great work. And thank you for your consideration of the guidance language. We certainly welcome any questions. And if we're prepared to vote today, we can also proceed with a motion at the appropriate time. And I know our staff is ready to publish this new guidance. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. My hope is that we can have a discussion. If there are any questions, get them raised and answered, and do take a vote on this today so that we can get it released. But let me turn it over to, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say we also want to thank and acknowledge folks from the advisory committee who reviewed the plans before we put it out, and some folks who are business owners themselves were able to review these plans before we put them out. So I just want to thank them as well.
Thank you. So primarily Commissioners Roy and Concepcion, given that you have not seen this until it was distributed recently, I'm very interested in your comments and questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I want to start off by really commending everyone, but commending my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins, for taking the initiative and really, really delving into this, and the team, Tisa, Rebecca, great presentation, great product that you've given us. I had a question. I think it's probably straightforward. Tisa, you highlighted this, Commissioner Stebbins, you did as well, about the 2 goals being a new requirement for diversity plans from this point forward. I wanted to know if there were any, new requirements that will be required for diversity plans beyond the 2 goals.
Who wants to answer?
Well, it sounds like you want to answer. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
I see Commissioner Stebbins. Go ahead.
No, I would just say, as I mentioned, we already have applicants who are submitting more than 2 goals, and I think that's critical and should be acknowledged as part of this process. I think what you see in the document is that we are giving additional ideas of what some of those other impactful goals might be beyond hiring. I think Tisa mentioned, think about diversity as you're building out your facility. Our partners at the Supplier Diversity Office in Massachusetts have a list of all those accredited certified businesses that they can work with. So, again, we want them to create a plan that is unique to their own facility and whatever community they might locate in. But again, I think that the 2 goals that we're recommending really kind of solidifies what we've seen from really successful applications that have included a very thoughtful diversity plan. Mm-hmm. I don't know, Commissioner Margo, you want to add on to that?
Yeah. Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for the question. I think it's legit. It's I'm glad you asked it, because when we read the regs, it didn't acknowledge the sort of like the amount that entities had to basically submit. It just said goals. So I get, this is where legal comes in, and we thank them for it, because we had the conversation with them. Are we allowed to mandate 2 goals? It was up to me, I would mandate 4 goals, but it was a team effort, and we went with 2 goals right now. So I think that per the regs and this policy, it is now, a minimum of 2 goals. And like Commissioner Stebbins says, there's a lot of applicants who have already surpassed those 2 goals. So this is really in addition, but really now policy, right? A minimum of 2 goals.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you to the entire team who went through this entire process. This is really, it's impressive. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Roy, any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to heartfelt thank you to Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins and all the staff on the commission who I know worked so tirelessly on this for their time, their commitment, their stewardship in this very important guidance document, which I know will serve as a standard bearer in this emerging industry, and that many countries who are coming online in industry will look to for guidance and will look to emulate. So thank you again for all your hard work in retooling and redrafting this very important diversity guidance.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yeah, well, I already thanked you for this. Look, I think this is something that is incredibly important. To me, the basic data of the number of conditions that we put on provisional licenses with respect to diversity plans that we didn't feel like lived up to both the spirit and the letter of the law. I think this guidance is absolutely necessary. I hope and expect it will dramatically reduce the number of conditions that we need to apply on future licenses. And I think it's extraordinary work. And to me, the output, while I think it's extraordinary, is going to be incredibly valuable, not just to the industry, but to our commission in terms of making ourselves more efficient and more effective. I think the process that you went through, that you and Commissioner Stebbins and the team went through, an inclusive process, both internally in the commission as well as reaching out to third parties. You mentioned the advisory board, but I know there was other outreach as well involved in this. I think the process to me is just as important and was just as impressive as the output here. So I'm delighted. As you know, Commissioner Camargo, I've been badgering you about getting this done for a while because I think it's really important. I appreciate how much energy and effort went into it. So I respect that you wanted to go through the right process, but that this is something I've felt is very important for a long time, and I'm really delighted that we're at a point where we can have this discussion, take a vote on it, and most importantly, publish it and implement it. So my deep gratitude to you, Commissioner Stebbins, the entire team. I think this is a great job on an incredibly important topic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy.
Yes, if I may add, just having more metrics and measurables, I think will make an entire difference. And I did see that, and kudos to everyone involved, holding everyone accountable, including ourselves on the commission, to reach this mandate. These are our goals for diversity.
Thank you.
Go
ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I was also, thank you. I was also going to say that once folks read this, right, like there's an email somewhere in the bottom of the document. Feel free to send us comments. Feel free to ask questions, like Tisa said, right? We're here to help folks throughout the process. But also, you'll see, I don't know exactly what page it is right now, but you'll see a graph that we use as an example for folks to use when they want to display their hiring process. Everybody does it differently. Some people are doing it on their own. Some folks hire consultants. We want to make sure that if you have a consultant, great. But if you don't have a consultant, that you can also do this, right? And that you keep it simple and practical so that you can, be able to show us the work that you've all been doing. So, and we read that graph. We saw it in another application. So it's best practice from people in the field. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
I wanted to say one more comment.
Please go ahead.
Just to, for anyone who's watching this or who reviews this recording, this information, this plan, this guidance is not only to be utilized by those who want to be licensed or applying through the process. I will speak for myself here. I will use this when I'm reviewing applications as well. So I think that's important for people in the public to know that we're using this as well when we're going through these applications and reviewing what we have before us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks. So unless there are any additional comments or questions, I would like to bring this for a motion and a vote. I'd like to ask or propose something though, particularly to Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, and this based on recommendation I got. There is a page or several pages of references and resources. The suggestion I'd like you guys to consider is, can we have a motion to approve the guidance document up to the point where those resources are listed? And the reason I'm saying that is because we want to have the ability to update that resource list at all times and not have to bring it back to the commission. So would you guys be comfortable with a motion that would approve the guidance and leave the resources as kind of just staff go ahead and do it?
Absolutely. And Chairman, absolutely. I think what we might have left out was that the resource page is a separate page. The resource page is a live document and is going to live after this meeting. And once we approve it, the resource page by itself will live under the sample diversity and positive impact plan page at our website. And then the guidance document is a separate document. So
fantastic. We're exactly on the same page. So thank you very much for that. Yeah. Any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then I'm going to allow either Commissioner Stebbins or Commissioner Camargo at your option to make the motion, please, to approve the guidance.
So moved.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to second that motion, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Oh, aye.
No comment. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion to approve the guidance document was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. And once again, I know it's redundant and piling on, but my deep gratitude to Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo and the team that worked on this. Tisha and Rebecca, thank you so much. Those are great presentations. You were selling a document that was already wonderful, but you did a great job of selling it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Unless you think you're off the hook, Commissioner Stebbins, you're not. So we caught up earlier today on minutes for our public meetings, and once again, thank you, Christopher Smith, for all of your help doing that. Now that we've caught up on public meeting minutes, it's appropriate to address minutes from executive sessions that we've had in the history of the commission. And I believe, if I'm correct, there's 7 executive sessions that we've had. Unfortunately for most of my, all of my new fellow commissioners, most of those occurred before you were commissioners. But nonetheless, it is best practice to review those minutes and to determine whether they need to be kept confidential or released to the public on a periodic basis. As the secretary of the commission, Commissioner Stebbins has led the process working with our legal team on how we review and determine whether to release these minutes or not. So let me turn it over to Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As some of my colleagues might recall, we had a session with Attorney General Maura Healy's team in Council Smith to review provisions of the open meeting law. I felt that meeting was really instructive. It gave us some guidelines to follow to adjust our meeting minutes, but it also reminded us of a process to review minutes from an executive session. I believe in your packet is a memo outlining the executive sessions held by the commission. Obviously, some of those prior to the newer commissioners' arrival. In the nature of those meetings, there are recommendations from our general counsel and the legal team with respect to what meeting minutes can now be disclosed and what meeting minutes must remain withheld as the nature of those topics and purpose for the executive session active. I would encourage approval of the report and the recommendations from our general counsel, and Christine, I see, is with us in case you would like, General Counsel Bailey is here with us. In case you would like to add to my comment.
Yeah, but can I just make one clarification or expansion? So the motion that I think we're going to seek today, as Commissioner Stebbins just mentioned, is to approve the staff recommendation, particularly our general counsel's recommendations on which of the executive session minutes from our 7 sessions should be released and which should be retained. The implication, if we vote and approve the recommendation from general counsel, the implication is that for those meeting minutes that we agree should be released to the public, that will be part of the commissioner's board packages. The actual minutes will be part of the commissioner's board packages for next month. And just like we do for public meeting minutes, we will take a vote to approve each of those executive session minutes for the ones that we've agreed to release. So just want to make sure that the implication of approving the staff recommendation is clear to everybody. So I guess let me open it to question. Unless General Counsel, I see your smiling face. Is there anything you'd like to add before I ask for comments and questions from my fellow commissioners?
I don't have to add anything in particular. If the commissioners would like to have a more detailed understanding of the process going forward, it just briefly described, legal will review executive session minutes every 6 months and make recommendations to the commission for its consideration and vote at 2 successive public meetings. So for the purposes of today, we're specifically asking the commission to decide whether, based on the original purpose of for the executive session, there continues to be a lawful basis for releasing or withholding prior executive session minutes. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, General Counsel. Are there questions on, again, there's both we're kind of combining 2 things. There's a process that we're starting today that we intend to go forward with as General Counsel Bailey just went through, but then there's a specific recommendation on the 7 previous executive sessions that have been held by the commission on which should be retained and which should be released. And what I'm hoping is we can take a vote to approve the General Counsel's recommendation on which should be released and which should be withheld. So any questions on process or on let's start with that. Any questions on the process or comments on the process before I ask about the specific recommendations in the memo? Okay, I was hoping this is going to be pretty straightforward. Now in the memo, there are, am I correct, General Counsel, there's 7 executive sessions that we've conducted in our history?
Yes, Chairman, you are correct. There have been instances in the past where we have released executive session minutes. A case in point is the ED's an early conversation regarding ED's compensation. But for this process and currently we're just looking at 7 sets of prior executive session minutes that have been withheld to date. In general terms, we are recommending the release of the majority of them. We are recommending that a number of them continue to be withheld, basically on because there are still pending matters and the purpose of the executive session is still in effect.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm taking silence as that there are no questions or concerns about the process. So can I move on to, are there any concerns about the specific recommendations on retention versus release that were contained in the memo for the 7 executive sessions that we're talking about? Are there any questions or concerns before I ask for a motion? Then Christine, since we had the benefit of you being on the call right now, could you propose language, please, for a motion?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. So I would suggest that the commission move to accept legal's recommendations regarding the release and withholding of prior executive session minutes.
Thank you. Could I ask for someone to make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask for a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion approved, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. You're on mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Conception, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins and General Counsel Bailey for your leadership on this. I know I'm repeating myself, but thanks again to Christopher Smith for his management of the entire minutes process, not just this particular part of it. Thank you so much. And again, just to set expectations, given that we've approved the motion, on the agenda for the next meeting will be a discussion and vote on the specific minutes or specific executive session minutes that were recommended by legal for release.
Exactly.
So those minutes will be in everybody's board effects package and will be discussed and voted on at our next meeting. So thank you again, everybody, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for agreeing to serve as Commission Secretary for another 6 or 7 months.
Thank you, Christine.
So next topic is regulation review and revision. I'm going to turn this over to the Executive Director shortly, but I just wanted to provide some context. Let me do 2 things. One is I want to just give a little history, which I think everybody's familiar with, but just to make sure that we're on the same page. And then second, suggest that this is not a topic that I believe we want to vote on today. I think this is just to start a conversation, and then at our next public meeting in September, I think we can come back and discuss more fully whether this is something we want to go forward with and how. We have been through in the almost 4 years of the commission, 4 rounds of regulatory development, certainly including the first one, they take an enormous amount of time from commissioners, from staff, from our advisory board, from industry, from advocates. I think that time is appropriate and necessary, but it takes a lot of time. When we went through the last round of regulatory revisions, which was finished in the at the end of 2020 and promulgated in early 2021, I stated with the approval of my fellow commissioners that we're going to take a break for a little bit of time, just to let everybody catch their breath. Not just the staff and the commissioners, but also the industry. We felt it's important to the industry to say, these are the rules of the road, learn them, adhere to them. We're not going to change them for a while. While we know that there are some things that probably do require, at some point, some adjustment in our regulations. We were not explicit about how long of a break we were going to take, other than we were going to take a break. And I think it's appropriate at this point in time, particularly since we have 4 new commissioners, to discuss whether we should reopen the regulatory process now or wait. I think that's something that we need to discuss and decide upon collectively. But I thought to have that conversation with the necessary perspective, we should talk about the process and what goes in to a regulatory round. We've done, as I said, 4 of them. We have gotten a lot better. And I really want to thank primarily our legal team for each time making sure we took the lessons learned from the regulatory process and made it more efficient for the commissioners, made it more efficient for the staff, made it more inclusive in terms of external input. I think we've gotten much, much better. I can't begin to describe the pain that we all went through in our initial round of regulations back in 2017, early 2018. We're way down the road from that, but it's still a dramatically time-intensive and effort-intensive process. And I thought that for us to have an informed conversation, as I think we need to, preferably at our next meeting in September, that a review of the process and what goes into it and the timeline would be appropriate. And so Sean has been working with our general counsel, and I'd like, if it's okay with the executive director, for him to kind of go through that timeline at a high level and that process at a high level. Again, this is meant to be informational. I don't intend to or desire to decide today or ask for a decision today whether we go ahead. I think it's something we need to think about, talk about, and revisit next month. So with that introduction, Mr. Executive Director, if you'd walk us through the next few slides.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you indicated, this is a briefing and a discussion about what a regulatory review and revision looks like from a sequence and process standpoint, it includes a number of elements. One is those legal requirements that are, if you are to embark on a regulatory process, you must adhere to based on the Secretary of the Commonwealth's Regulations Division, who does oversee the promulgation of regulations across the Commonwealth. There's also some work plan items that shed some light on our internal process, specifically the work that staff, the commissioners, that those stakeholders that you referenced engage in order to then either begin or continue that legal requirement. And then the presentation also covers a number of other things that fall within this time frame that we just have to both keep our eye on and consider in the regulatory process. So it's a combination of all of those things into one, which does then yield, I think, a pretty comprehensive calendar of what would be going on during this time frame. As you indicated, I want to initially offer my thanks to our staff for helping to pull this together as far as their perspective, specifically Christine Bailey, our GC, Alyssa Stack, our Chief Operating Officer, and Cedric Sinclair, our Chief Communications Officer. They are certainly three that I highlight, but they're not alone in that effort. So as I indicated, this briefing does outline a review of adult use or medical regulations with a timeline of August or September of next year. It's a discussion. It involves resourcing, the potential expenses. It does not include any specific topics or what the scope of those topics would be. So that's absent from this discussion. And we attempted to inform it with our previous regulatory reviews, which, as you indicated, have been numerous, including learning from both the pros and cons of that experience. So if you were to try to finish regulations by August of September of next year, we would honestly need to begin in earnest next month. The place to start would be, a recommendation would be to look at the previous public comment that we have both sought, solicited, and secured, especially with the introduction of 4 new commissioners to this process. We have a reservoir of information and feedback that is an important component to just review and start from. So that way we're not starting from zero. Instead, we're looking back at what feedback we've gotten before and how that might inform where we're going. And obviously you have a wealth of information here on the staff that have lived this experience now several times. You also have the Cannabis Advisory Board, which is statutorily tasked and charged with advising the commission in this process. So it's an important asset that, frankly, we've been working over the past year to really invigorate and engage that group, and this would be the perfect opportunity to allow them to really flex their muscle, as well as external stakeholders outside of that advisory board. That would then yield a consideration relative to topics. Again, I'm not proposing or recommending any topics at this point. That's obviously an exercise for the commission to entertain. We would certainly go in and review those topics to either guide that discussion or react to it. And then in the past, we convened working groups that were led by individual commissioners, and then those topics were spread out amongst those various working groups. Frankly, much like the diversity plan guidance that just yielded a result and ultimately a new guidance document for us and licensees, applicants, and the public to learn from. To do this, we would have to all along the way assess the staffing and workload of our agency, especially relative to the working group. It'd be led by commissioners, but certainly a lot of work product would be developed by staff. Those staff do have day jobs here, and I want to be mindful of that as far as this would be an additional task. And Mr. Chairman, to your point, this does pose this is a task that really falls at its core to legal spread across those working groups. And our legal team does a fantastic job, but it's small and mighty, but the emphasis really being on small there. That segues into October. We're going to form those working groups. We would propose forming those working groups, again, led by individual commissioners, prepare for those focus groups amongst stakeholders, and actually attempt to execute them during that month. That's a daunting task. This is bureaucracy. We have to acknowledge and admit that. And preparing for and executing within the same month, bearing in mind that the commission will still continue to meet monthly and conduct formal business. Already, I can sense warning ahead. There might be some challenges there. November, actually continuing those stakeholder discussions, beginning to finalize some drafts of regulations. These are all coordinated and reviewed throughout the entire process between legal, myself, and others, and then continuing to facilitate those working groups on an ongoing basis. The first item in brown here is that we have other requirements that are related or kind of ancillary to this process, but certainly related. We're asked to submit an FY23 budget proposal to the administration in the month of November. So if we're going to have to resource out months or anticipate changes to regulations, having some sense of where we might be headed could advise and help support that budget consideration. If we don't have that conversation, there's a risk that our budget might be misaligned with that.
If you don't mind, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So, Executive Director, can you I have a number of questions, but I can hold off on some of them. My main question now is about this timeline. Sort of how is this conceived? What's the thought process through it? How do we come up with this timeline?
Sure. The conceived timeline is really if the goal is to look to next fall, how do we get there? What's included? So we basically.
How did that become the goal? The goal you're saying is next fall. How was that created?
Can I address it? It's arbitrary. I mean, this timeline you can say, instead of saying September 2021, say month 1.
I see. So I'm hearing 2022. Okay.
Yeah. So just think about it. Just whatever the starting point and the end date are arbitrary. I will say something though, and it's personal. Okay. And I don't want to be at all devious here. My term is up August 31st of 2022. Mm-hmm. I have a desire. It is not a mandate, but I have a desire that I would certainly appreciate my fellow commissioners thinking about. If we're going to do an extensive regulatory round, I'd like to have it done during my term rather than leave partway through it. And so that's why August is there. It's not a requirement, but I don't want to mislead anybody. I have that desire that desire for completion if we are going to go through a regulatory round. Does that make sense?
Chairman, what date did you say?
My term is up August 31st, 2022. I am not making any comment about either my desire to get reappointed or the treasurer's interest in reappointing me.
Sounds like you want to do a lot of work before you leave. I'm okay with it.
Well, I know I certainly do. But as I said, if we're going to do some extensive regulatory changes, and that's a big if, whether we decide to do that or not, as I said, I have a desire to have that process finished before my term is done.
No, thank you for that.
With
that background.
Sorry, Commissioner Park. So with that in mind, in order for us to complete this process, we would need to start next month.
That's the point of this conversation. Now, again,
so this timeline is based on that.
That's where September came from. But again, the commission can decide collectively, if to do this and when to do this. And so, this, I think that the real starting point, the first box here is month 1. I'm giving you a heads up on what my personal opinion is, but I have 1 of 5 votes.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Exec. Other questions before the Executive Director continues? Go ahead, please, Sean.
So that brought us through November, heading quickly into December, or I guess applying the new logic here, month 4, I would say, is to finalize the working group drafts, actually get those drafts as a final work product, and submit them to both me and legal for review. The review here, and this is a challenge we've experienced in the past, so if we're going to learn from the past, we ought to be mindful of this, is that those working groups are likely to produce various documents, recommendations, also some ideas as opposed to actual language, regulatory language. And so all of that has to get reduced and simmered into a cohesive draft of all regulations, and folded in where necessary. And so that synergy really comes from legal as the keeper of that document. But I think I don't want to understate that task. which is to really try to wrangle all of the competing versions and really try to turn it into one cohesive recipe. And that is a challenge. One that, of course, is going on throughout the entire process, but then here in December would really need to ramp up and give them that lead time to actually complete that review. The item in brown here is an annual requirement we have, which is we begin our performance evaluation process amongst our staff and actually start to set a calendar year 2022 goals for all of our staff. So this would be an actual December timeframe as opposed to a month before in a just a generic process. So it really does hew to this calendar as opposed to just a generic month to month. That advances us into January, I guess, month 5, which would be to actually vote on an initial draft of regulations at a public meeting. So what you would, from September until that January timeframe, a lot of that work would be behind the scenes and not a public process. It would ultimately result in a public process in January where you would have a draft of those regulations. Following that, and in the past, we've had several meetings relative to regulations where drafts are reviewed, debated in some instances, policy matters are settled and then incorporated into the draft. And so we would then follow up with individual commissioners, with me and others to make those changes as necessary. That initial draft then gets ultimately finalized, ministerial edits are conducted and made, and ultimately submitted, jumping ahead a little bit, to the Secretary of the Commonwealth for publication in the Register, which does occur on a bi-weekly basis. Skipping back to February, though, we are required at that point to submit our budget request to the legislature, both committees of both branches, House and Senate committees on Ways and Means. And so again, to have some idea of where we might be headed would be helpful for both a budget allocation need, what we would need to secure to support the agency, but also a revenue impact so that they can begin their budgeting process and have an accurate sentiment as to what the commission might yield for revenue to the Commonwealth. Advancing again to March, we would intend to file that, and this is a legal requirement that would formally kick off our regulatory process. We would also at that point begin to assess, hopefully with some lead time through the working group process, but really formally assess the fiscal impacts and needs that we might anticipate, as well as the technology needs that we might need to anticipate. Again, somewhere in our budgetary process, yes, of course, but also on prioritizing that work and what might need to be either added to or come off of our plate to accommodate that. Continuing in March here, as I mentioned, this does formally begin the regulatory process. There's some real housekeeping things we have to do with that regulatory process. It includes notifying the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Mass Municipal Association, and other stakeholders, as well as publishing in newspapers and other outlets notices relative to public hearings and public comment availability. March and April tend to be the budget seasons in building out the legislative budgets, and they tend to conduct their hearings. Both House and Senate conduct those hearings jointly. They typically go around the state and hold hearings throughout the Commonwealth. And this is the season where we would be invited to testify on our budget needs, as well as adding a contribution relative to the revenue component. Filing that draft of the Regulations Division and publishing it with the Register also includes a small business impact statement. We have to assess the impact on businesses. That's obviously something that we take seriously and try to be as accurate as possible, but in some instances, especially in our early days, it was almost impossible to guess what that business impact was going to be. As we make modifications from time to time, we have a better feeling now as to what impacts could or should be, or what our intent might be behind some of those changes. We obviously, again, post it on our website to make sure it's available and accessible to folks, and that's when we begin accepting public comments. And in the past, the Commission, we're obligated under the Secretary of Commonwealth's rules to hold at least one public hearing or to solicit public comment for a period. Typically, the Commission has chosen to do both, and actually in reality holds several public hearings at various intervals and also around the Commonwealth. And more recently, to hold them virtually to make sure we're as accessible as possible. And as indicated at the outset, given the history there, we do have a pretty good reservoir of public comment that we've sought and secured in the past. Advancing now to proposed May is really initiating that public comment period, holding those public hearings, and receiving written comment. Advancing to June, we do compile under the stewardship historically of Matchy and Cola and others. We compile that public comment and try to organize it in such a way that is manageable for you as policymakers, summarizing where possible, breaking it up based on topic if there's a particular topic area that you're interested in. And the reason we do that is because we receive volumes and volumes of public comment. This is something that obviously has a really, our agency has a unique following and a lot of folks that are interested in seeing rules either adopted, changed, or removed. And obviously that does generate a lot of feedback and public comment. And so we do try to organize it as best we can and give it to you with as much advance notice as possible. There may be a desire to re-engage the working groups. There may be a desire to re-engage legal staff or other specific staff. And so we try to facilitate that. If there are going to be modifications, then we try to reassess those impacts on the agency, including fiscal and IT in particular, and any other operational needs we may have. And then there's also just a side note here on June is when we would anticipate closing out FY22. And of course, I just announced earlier in the discussion that we've secured our budget, so we'd have to live within our means as we have them now. Advancing into July, if June closed out FY22, then July would naturally begin FY23, and we would still consider those public comments and any changes you may want to anticipate. Those could include subsequent policy discussions at public meetings. Discussions can turn into debates, which can turn into modifications, which does generate some work for our legal team to try to make sense of those changes and plug them into a working draft, which would allow for an August 2022 final vote on those regulations, which would then include final drafting where necessary and ultimately lead to promulgation in September. Again, as I noted here, the Secretary of the Commonwealth publishes bi-weekly, which means regardless of when we file those regulations, they truly take effect once they're promulgated. Promulgation is once they're actually published in the register per the Secretary of the Commonwealth. We would then anticipate taking a breath, given the vast amount of work that would happen here, and begin in earnest implementation in November of 2022. And as a friendly reminder, the fiscal year never seems to end. We would then anticipate filing a budget request to the administration in that same month. So what I've just laid out is essentially a month-by-month work plan of what regulations entail. A few items that I would just want to add as gratuitous commentary is that this is not currently on anyone's plate at the agency. And so for us to really embark on this, we would have to severely reassess our staffing and their workload and what they're doing. Drafting regulations becomes a full-time job for a lot of staff and for you as well, to be honest. And I think that becomes something that we want to consider and make sure that we have adequate time to prepare and also to, where necessary, reset expectations. Obviously, there's a lot here. I welcome any feedback you may have and certainly am prepared to entertain any questions you may have as well.
Thank you. Can I ask that the questions be limited to the process, not whether we should or should not? Go ahead with that. We'll have ample time for that conversation next month, but I just want to make sure there's clarity on the process. So are there questions for the executive director on the process? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Executive Director, you built this calendar, and I'm assuming there's an assumption built into this calendar that this would be actions taking place at our regular monthly meeting. This isn't calling into schedule any additional public meetings for us to consider guidelines and regulations, right?
Sorry.
That's yet to be determined, I would say. The commission historically has done both. These things can be folded into public meetings to the normal course. What I think we have found as well, and certainly the chair can attest to this too, is not unlike recent meetings where I think the term used was we're fried as commissioners. There's a lot there. And so I think to get through the licensing process and then really hunker down for a policy debate might yield some fatigue. It certainly does amongst the staff, but I think in the past there's been a decision, I think a strategic one, to schedule special meetings. Again, that does become a coordination effort as well, so that would include that as an additional task. But it does allow for a focused effort on, we're here today for this singular purpose, as opposed to all of the other normal course business that is required, which again, that's not, in and of itself, that's a daunting preparation exercise as well. So the commission historically has done both.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Executive Director. I had a question in regards to staff and the undertaken and the impact on them. Can you provide some kind of an overview on the existing projects that they're working on that will be impacted or disrupted by this process?
Sure, I can do my best. There's a lot of work that gets done on just a daily basis. This agency, I think, is fortunate and lucky to be staffed by highly competent, very talented, highly motivated staff. As a result, I think what we get is a lot of bang for our buck. And what we do also get is some honest feedback from staff as far as workload, bandwidth, etc. I would add, I would start, frankly, from the 11 or so goals that were adopted by the commissioners for me. And those tend to be projects or tasks that we as a state, as an agency, and we as a staff take seriously. It cascades from me to individual staff. So those would need to be assessed as far as our ability to meet them. There's a lot of other things that are going on as I would consider special projects in addition to just the normal business and the steady flow of it. Related to my goals is certainly the 3-year strategic plan for the social equity program. We're in the process now of reconfiguring our open data platform, and that's it's a big project in scope, given that we're working with the entire universe of the data that the agency collects. It's also not singular to any one staff member. It's a pretty comprehensive project across the board. We're also reconfiguring and enhancing our Dynamics case management system to make it more user-friendly for everybody that's in that, which is, again, most folks in the agency, including commissioners. We want to make sure it's responsive and meeting our needs. We conduct a lot of procurement in this agency, and those are our project management teams that review bids, but also it then cascades from there to our legal team that negotiates contracts with vendors, also cascading to our finance and administration team that makes sure we're meeting our obligations under it. We're embarking right now on a pretty comprehensive compensation and job classification analysis to make sure that as we grow our agency, we're growing it in a reasonable, consistent, and articulate way that allows us to make sure that peers are truly peers, and that we have both pay equity and compensation equity across manager levels and all the way down through the agency. That's important to me. It's certainly important to everyone throughout the agency, and it's something that we're just embarking on right now. Because the procurement has finally reached its natural conclusion. Our research agenda, I think, is another important component where Dr. Johnson has, similar to legal, that small but mighty team, and she's done really comprehensive, valuable work. I'd have to reassess those as well. Those are kind of a sampling, it's a smattering, and I wouldn't by any means call it a complete list, but I would say those are things that are in addition to just the day-to-day functioning of a traditional bureaucry here.
Could I add a comment here if I could, which is, thank you for that, first of all, for the question and for the answer. I think part of the answer is, what is the scope? If we were to undertake something, what is the scope? There's kind of two extremes. There is what we did in 2019, and carrying over into 2020, which was pretty extensive. We covered pretty much every aspect of our regulations in that review and made, as I think you're all aware, some pretty major changes pretty much across the board. The other end of that spectrum is something that, I might use the word more surgical, more targeted, where there are just some very specific important issues that we don't think should wait until we have the opportunity to do a more comprehensive review of our regulations. And clearly, the impact on the workload of the commissioners and the staff, to a great extent, depends on where we end up in that spectrum. I'm of the opinion, and I'm just going to put it out just as an opinion, not as a fact, that there are some surgical things that we need to do. And I think that we can do in a way that minimizes disruption to the staff, to the industry, and to the things that are on our plate. But I think that we need to talk about, where we are in that spectrum before I think we can adequately assess what the trade-offs are. But I certainly agree with the executive director's basic point. There are trade-offs. There's no question about it. However, I will say that doing regulations is part of our job and part of the staff's job. So I wouldn't say we're stopping them from doing their jobs by doing this. It's part of their jobs. Anyway, go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
That actually leads, I had another question, but it was very, it was related to what you just mentioned. So my understanding, of course, this is before I got here, was that in the last round of regs, the ones that were just promulgated in January of this year, it was a more specific round that was more so around delivery. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to know
sorry, go ahead.
How this timeline would change. So what then does the timeline look like if it was more specified?
Let me answer the first part of your question, and then I'll ask for some help from the executive director. I would say the delivery was clearly the most visible and perhaps challenging thing that we did in the last round of regulations, but by no means was the only thing. It was a very extensive round of regulations. We changed a lot of things on the medical side in terms of patient access, in terms of caregivers. We changed a lot in terms of our definitions of control, both indirect and direct control. We made a lot of changes. I would on that spectrum I was trying to articulate a little. We were at the end of the spectrum where it was very comprehensive. So delivery was clearly the thing that was most visible, as I said, most controversial, but by no means was it the only major thing that we covered.
Chairman, do you have a topic in mind?
Yeah, but I want us to think about. I didn't want this to devolve into a debate about topics, but I have a couple in mind. I'll put them on the table. Again, I really prefer to discuss process today, and not get into topics. But let me just give you some examples as food for thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not advocating this, nor am I, as I said, encouraging a debate at this point. But when the governor did his his emergency order, we responded through the executive director in a number of ways I thought was actually quite powerful. One was our regulations require the initial consultation between a certifying physician practitioner and a medical applicant to be done in person. Subsequent reevaluations could be done by telemedicine, but the initial consultation had to be done in person. Under the governor's emergency order, the executive director essentially allowed for that initial consultation to be done through telemedicine. I think it was last month, the month prior, once the governor's executive order was rescinded, we no longer had the authority to allow for that. And so we said we're going to allow people to continue doing that till September, but further allowance of the initial consultation being done through telemedicine would have to be done through regulations. That's one example. And I will tell you, I can't speak for all commissioners. I will tell you, my mailbox is pretty full of advocates saying it's incredibly important that we continue that. But I believe, and this I think is general counsel's opinion, we cannot be on this temporary extension that the executive director offered through September. We cannot continue that without changing our regulations. So I just put that on the table as one example, and there's a couple others, but that's just one example of the kind of very surgical things that I think we might want to consider doing for in a regulatory round. As to how that impacts the timeline and resources, Sean, do you want to take that on? If we would do something surgical? Well, hold on a second, please, Commissioner Camargo, because I want to just finish answering the question from Commissioner Concepcion. So if you would, Executive Director, could you talk about how doing something more surgical would impact the process and the timeline and the resource requirements?
Yeah, yes, what you can do, I think, if there's a very narrow scope to any regulatory component, is you can really shave off a lot of that beginning exercise of the stakeholder engagement feedback, review of previous public comment, and actually draft a narrowly tailored change in regulation, which could then actually be brought before the commission in the normal course of business. and then still embarks and still adheres to all of the legal requirements that were laid out relative to the Secretary of the Commonwealth's rulemaking process. So you could theoretically, if the regulations aren't, I'll use the word reopened in their entirety, then a lot of that exploration work at the beginning of what should we do can be eliminated. What I guess just provide as caution there is, you can identify a lot of those small scope things which quickly become a whole host, a litany of changes, because every one of those changes is going to have a passionate advocate behind it.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo. I'm sorry to cut you off before. Please go ahead.
Chairman, I need a 2-minute break.
Sure. Let's just 2 minutes. Go for it. Okay. Sorry about that. I truly apologize. I didn't realize what you were asking.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens. If we were in person, I would just,
Yeah, I know. No, I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
So thank you. I see Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion, are you back? Yep, and Commissioner Roy?
I'm back.
Okay, we're back in session. So did you have a question as well as a request for a break, or did you have a question for the executive director on what we went through, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I need a 2-minute break. Chairman, just so that I have questions, I have thoughts, I want to save them all. But you did mention earlier, you said that we're here to just talk about what the process looks like, but not to vote or anything. So what are your expectations for this discussion? And then what did you mean by like next month? Are we going to continue this conversation next month, or so what is expectation?
My preference, what I'd like to see happen is people having a good comprehension of what goes into a regulatory round in terms of time, process, and resources. And then I would like us to consider, and my preference would be September. If people want more time to think about it, that's fine as well. But my preference is at some future meeting to have a conversation about if and when we should start a regulatory round, and should it be a broad round or what I keep referring to as a more surgical round. Although I certainly appreciate the caution that the executive director just raised, which is that if you say, well, let's just focus on a couple of narrow issues, it's very hard to keep from scope creep and keep adding issues. But I wanted to provide, this conversation and the presentation that the executive director just went through. I wanted people to have enough context so we could have a conversation at a subsequent meeting. I don't think it's appropriate, particularly, I'm thinking poor Commissioner Roy, but I think for all of the new commissioners, I didn't want to, kind of just jump into the conversation without making sure people had context about the process and what was involved. But I do think it's imperative because we left it open deliberately about when we would do the next round. I just said we're going to take some time, but as I said earlier, I did not say how much time. I just think with a new group of commissioners and the amount of time that has gone by, And the lead time, as you've seen from the presentation that the executive director went through, the lead time to get through this, I think it's appropriate for us as a commission to discuss if and when we want to go through another round. And so I want to make sure that all of the commissioners have enough perspective so that we can have that informed conversation. That's my only objective today, is to provide that perspective, not to have that discussion. But I do want to have that discussion shortly, whether it's September or October, I'm less concerned about, but I want to have it shortly.
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll
Sure.
save, I think, a lot of my comments and questions for.
Yeah,
because thank you.
One of the things that we can do, if we agree that we're going to, have a discussion about if and when to do this. One of the things I know, I'm speaking for other people here, but I'm confident I can do that. I know that Christine and the rest of the legal team would be happy to sit with any of us and answer questions or talk about process and options. I know that Sean, again, speaking for him, I know he'd be willing to do the same. So I think that what I'd like to suggest is perhaps that we move on and just say, I would really appreciate it if each of you would do what you think is necessary to feel like you have enough information and context so we can have an informed discussion. And I will let you, all four of the new commissioners, tell me when you're ready. I will tell you, I think it's appropriate for us to have that conversation sooner rather than later, but I have no interest in forcing that conversation until people feel like they're ready to have that conversation. And
Do you want a motion?
No, I don't think we need a motion. What I'm trying to do is move on to the next topic and say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Do you want a motion to move on to the next topic?
I don't think I need it. But go ahead, Commissioner Roy, go ahead, and then Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for acknowledging, that a lot of us are new to the commission, and for me, that starting next month would be ambitious. And be willing to do it. I kindly ask when we are ready to move on from the executive director, a guidance document can speak for myself. So an outline of the commissioner's roles, our responsibilities, any timelines, deadlines. It sounds like we're starting off with a broad brush and we're all looking at all of the information, and I'm not sure when we would go into our working groups or our silos, so to speak, and how does that work and who decides that. So any kind of guidance document I would kindly appreciate.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I would, first of all, I appreciate the great work that the team went into putting this timeline together. I have the benefit of the pain of having
my
previous job gone through this and understand, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, the kind of buildup and all the work that is done at the earliest stages to help get the plane off the ground, so to speak. It is an arduous process. But to your point, I found at some point where either our licensees have the ability to work within the regulations that have been established, you do find those surgical points where their staff recommends things that need to be changed to, help effectuate the efficiencies of the commission's work, or other issues come to mind. So I do appreciate your comments on the surgical piece. I would really hope, if we talk about this next month, think for ourselves about, separating the nice to do things versus really what's imperative to the commission's work and priorities as we go forward. But I appreciate the great sense of the timeline.
Thanks. So if it's okay with everybody, I'm going to suggest we move on to the next topic. And again, I want to just reiterate, I believe it's appropriate for us to have a conversation sooner rather than later about if and how to do this and when to do this. But I commit to all of my fellow commissioners, we'll have that conversation when each of you tells me you're ready to have that conversation, that you've got the necessary context and background information, and gotten all the information you need. So if that's okay with everybody, I'd like to kind of end this discussion and move on to our next topic. Is that all right? Okay. Then the next topic. Okay, so I'm going to do a brief introduction here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Concepcion. Again, just historical perspective. The original 5 members of the commission were never able to get into alignment about whether we should have a coordinated outreach policy for the legislature and the executive branch on issues that were important to the commission. There just was not alignment about whether that was an appropriate thing for a government agency to do or not. Individual commissioners, speaking as individuals and not representing the commission, have done an enormous amount of outreach and lobbying, but we never did anything in the name of the commission. I believe that since we have 4 new commissioners, it is appropriate to revisit that policy, and I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion for her leadership in kind of thinking through if that's something that we should do and how we should do it. And she's worked with Matt Giancola in our government affairs group. And so let me turn it over to Commissioner Concepcion and Matt to talk about what the idea is and begin the discussion. Thank you again for your leadership on this, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. So I want to just provide some additional context. As many of my counterparts here on the commission know and the staff know, I came into this role after serving for several years as counsel to Senator Brownsberger at the State House, and also being the head of government affairs for Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins. And in both capacities, I was charged with maintaining regular communication with various stakeholders, state agencies, and members of the legislature. And this was done for a number of reasons, but primarily it was done to gather information from experts in a particular field, to identify legislative priorities, and to really create and advance legislative agendas. As commissioners, we are the heads of a thriving industry. We have a lot going on here. We have a lot of eyes on what's happening here. And many outside of the office here would consider us to be experts. We're also at the center of many discussions right now at the State House and beyond. However, we have not been providing unified positions on legislative matters concerning our work here. So what this outreach strategy will do, if you guys agree to it, and what Matt will outline, is it will create a process for us to discuss legislative matters and vote on whether to take any action at all. It will give us each commissioner an opportunity to really voice their support on the record. And finally, it provides clarity to not only the legislature, but also the public on the commission's official position. And with that said, Matt has been a phenomenal person to work with. I have sung his praises in a prior meeting about how informed he keeps us all. And I want to just give him the microphone now just to kind of go through this outline of the process and strategy.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Hey, nice tie there, Matt.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Trying to make me look bad, huh?
Not at all. Just trying to look good today. Well, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to extend my thanks to both of you and to Executive Director Collins for your deep work and foresight on this over the last few months. Over these last few months, the government affairs staff have been working with all the commissioners on their legislative priorities as the legislature commenced a new session in January and committees began reviewing bills in the spring. So this is an opportune time to assess whether and how the commission engages with the legislative and executive branches. Now, as Commissioner Concepcion has mentioned, historically the commission has not taken action in the name of the commission on legislation or policy topics on Beacon Hill. Commissioners were and are able to offer their opinion in their personal capacity, but these stances were not approved agency-wide. There is, of course, a notable exception in that in 2019, the commission did go on record asking the legislature for clarity in the host community agreement process. There's been feedback over these last few months from commissioners as well as the public and frankly legislators that the commission's subject matter expertise on cannabis related issues would be very useful to them in crafting policy. So the memo before you is a proposal whereby, if approved, the commission could engage on certain discrete policy issues that are limited to our statutory and mission mandates. Should the commission vote for the process outlined here, government affairs staff would engage with commissioners, and if there are topics that are identified as ripe and approved for discussion. They'll be placed on an upcoming public meeting agenda for discussion and deliberation. And then should the commission vote to approve taking a stance on an issue, a sponsoring commissioner and government affairs staff will coordinate outreach opportunities and engage with relevant stakeholders to ensure alignment between commissioner actions, all in compliance with the open meeting law. So this could include actions such as offering testimony, letters of support, conducting media interviews, and meeting with legislative and executive branch personnel. There will also be regular and recurring public meeting updates on news out of Beacon Hill. And as you can see on the slide to the right of you, the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy has been very busy over these last few months. They've held 4 hearings so far. The first was focused on host community agreements. They hosted a hearing on social equity related legislation, as well as bills that deal with the medical marijuana program and research. So far, they have heard almost half of the bills that are in their committee at this time. So they're moving diligently and deliberately. The next step would be for the committee to report bills out of committee. Should that happen, then it would most likely go to another committee where the process will continue. And government affairs staff will, of course, be on top of that entire process and be sure to keep the commission and other staff here at the commission engaged and informed. So again, this is an opportune time for the commissioners to discuss what role, if any, it wishes to take in the legislative process. And I'd just like to conclude by again extending my thanks to the commissioners for all of their very helpful insights and the opportunity to speak with you today. So happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Matt, and thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, and I also want to thank Matt. In my short time here, I have pulled Matt probably into more calls and conversations that he probably some he might regret, but they have been with stakeholders, they've been with local municipal officials, and I just appreciate his leadership and great work. First of all, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Concepcion, thank you. You know, the biggest kind of glaring problem I think we have all seen in our short time here is the fact that we would all be going to these legislative meetings and speaking on our own behalf. And if I was an outsider, I would look at that and say, okay, that's great how you feel. How does the rest of the commission feel? So I really appreciate this approach. I think it's great. I think we do have standing to raise with the legislature or the executive branch those issues, as limited as they might be, that we need to address to hold up the commission's statutory and mission requirements. So I certainly applaud that. I would also, you know, ask Matt and our executive director to think about this plan from the perspective of the legislative calendar, when bills need to be filed, when we could take up some reviews that relates to our meeting agenda. Also, you know, who some legislative sponsors might be for us to get some of those limited issues addressed. But I love this approach. I love the fact that it would be great for all of us to speak with one voice. I would add one final point, which is, you know, if we discuss an issue, take vote on whether we would take a specific position on a matter at hand, I feel it needs to be understood that all commissioners would then really be required to be supportive of that final position. So again, it gets back to our goal of speaking with one voice. So thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Your experience on the Hill is greatly appreciated, and Mr. Chair, your time here, you've dealt with a lot of the legislative issues, so appreciate the work that both of you did working with Matt to pull this together. I wholeheartedly endorse the scope.
Thank you. Commissioners Roy or Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just want to say, Commissioner Concepcion, this is great. I know this is your, you know, what you love, and a lot of your experience. So thank you so much for putting this together, Matt. It's been nice to see you the last 11, 12 years of your career. So just seeing you today, presenting this makes me really happy because I know you know your stuff as well. So thank you for this. I echo Commissioner Stebbins. And I think that, I think it's great for us to collaborate with the legislators and to figure out what is moving, what is not, and what do we all care about, right? We're 5 different commissioners and 5 different seats. I think we will have one voice, but I also say, I always sort of joke around that we can always agree to disagree. Right. And there may be some things that we may not want to be one voice on, and that's okay too, right? So I think that there's a lot of issues and bills out there. This cannabis industry is so huge, right? And we're just beginning and just tackling it. So I really appreciate this. I look forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to having more calls and conversations with legislators as well in order to move some of this stuff forward. So thank you.
Commissioner Roy, any comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Commissioner Concepcion and Matt for all their thought and hard work that went into this proposal, and the beauty of a new cohort of commissioners, maybe brings new energy into it. I think it's very important for the commission and commissioners to have an open door, an open line of communication with our lawmakers, with our legislatures, with the administration, with the State House. So having one voice and with all due respect, I agree with Commissioner Camargo that some of us may agree to disagree on different topics, and all of us have different things that we're passionate about. But to have this line of communication open, I think is with such an emerging industry is crucially important.
Great, thank you. My perspective, for what it's worth, is this is a process. It's not policy. I don't know that we need to take a vote. I am willing to say that the will of the commission is to begin this process. The votes will be around specific discussions and topics that come up through this process to the commission in a public meeting. But I don't know that, if Christine is still on the line, or if Executive Director Collins, you haven't been, it doesn't seem to me like we need a vote. We just said we're going to go ahead in the process, but the votes will be around specific topics that will be brought in front of the commission in public meetings. What do you think, Executive Director?
Sure, I think that's fair, Mr. Chairman. I think what I want to understand coming out of this is, so I just want to offer my own thanks to Matt as well, and to all the commissioners for helping us get to a place that provides an outline or a roadmap of how we're going to conduct these activities. I guess I would just urge or predict the future of Matt and I are going to remind commissioners of this process often. Typically when matters come up about reaching out to legislators or engaging in the process, we intend to adhere to this as outlined before you. And so I think our intention is to use this process. And so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but you're going to hear Matt and I talk about this process often, especially when each of you come to us and ask about how we should handle something. So we seek your indulgence down the road to stick to this. That's our intention.
So thank you for saying that, and I certainly appreciate that and look forward to you reaching out. One of the things that's in the proposal that I don't think Matt explicitly covered, and that's fine, so he covered the important points, but there is, if we are to speak as a commission and be aligned, that's really important. This does not stop any individual commissioner from speaking out on whatever topic they want to speak out on. And meeting with whatever legislator or executive branch personnel they want to meet with. That is still everybody's individual prerogative. I would ask for 2 things. I was going to say requirement, but I'm going to just say ask for 2 pieces of consideration. One is that when you do so, you make it clear you are speaking for yourself and not the commission. And 2 is you let Matt know. So one of the problems in the previous administration, I love, who said new cohort? Was that Commissioner Roy who said the benefits of a new cohort, or Commissioner Camargo? But
Roy.
One of the benefits of the new cohort is we can actually do some things differently and better than we did in the past. And one of the things that we did not do well in the past is allow Matt to kind of be the clearinghouse of who was meeting with whom and saying what. And again, everybody has the prerogative to do exactly that. But the problem is that we had no coordination. Nobody knew who, oftentimes I would show up in a meeting with the legislature and say, and I was told, well, Commissioner so-and-so met with you last week and said something totally different. That's their prerogative, but it would have been really nice if I knew about it. And so, one second, please, Commissioner Camargo. So this does not preclude speaking on your own behalf to whomever you want, but I really, really beg everybody to use Matt as a clearinghouse for those conversations and just let Matt be informed of those conversations. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for those comments. I guess in a very practical, and if you guys have the answer to this, okay. If you don't, it's okay. We can keep thinking about it. But how do we now communicate this to our lawmakers? How does, once we kind of have this process, or, how are we going to communicate with them or let them know, hey, we're actually, I don't think all of them are watching this today, but I'd just be curious on a practical note, how we're going to do that. Or
That's a great question. I think it's a great question. Anybody have a thought on that? Executive Director Collins?
Well, I think consistent with this process, that responsibility would fall to our Director of Government Affairs and Policy to be an effective voice for the agency and presence, for that matter, at the State House on behalf of the agency. So Matt's here and he can certainly speak for himself, but I think that charge really falls to him and would fall within his job description and purview.
Matt, we need you to go walk the halls of the State House, Matt. Put on your mask.
At least virtually. I'm not sure.
At least just fire up Outlook and start firing off emails.
Yeah. There you go. No, thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. I think it's important.
I agree. I think it's a good point that you raised. So thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
No, absolutely. I do have regular conversations with legislative staff and personnel up at the State House. So we'll absolutely be conveying this to them, and they do regularly watch our meetings, so they might be watching right now.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I think it's important in light of this conversation and the next steps that commissioners have access to State House news.
I do. So I think you can. I don't know how I got it, but I do have access to State House news. So I think that's easily managed.
It shall be done.
Thank you.
I will warn you ahead of time, Commissioner Roy, it's going to fill up your inbox.
I had it in my previous work life, so I know. Thank you, but it's extremely informative.
And what's really informative is all the open job listings. So you ever get tired of being commissioner, you can see what other opportunities are out there. Okay. So again, I don't believe a vote is necessary. I think the sense of the commission is that this process makes sense. We're going to go forward with it under the leadership of Matt, and specific topics will be brought in front of the commission based upon input from each of us. And we'll have a discussion and vote, and that's when we'll actually take votes. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just have one last observation, comment, question. Matt, will you be able to provide us with important legislative hearing dates, things that should be on our radar? Also, if one or two commissioners are going to the State House, just so we don't violate any open meeting laws, we should be aware of who's doing what, when there. Just a few observations.
Oh, absolutely. I plan to coordinate all of that with your input.
And just to add to that too, Matt currently sends out updates about hearings at the State House and what bills are being heard too. So I would just keep an eye out for some of his communications.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you guys, and particularly again, thanks to Commissioner Concepcion and Matt for your leadership on this. And I'm pretty energized by this conversation. I will tell you that I was in favor of doing this 4 years ago and never succeeded in getting a majority. So it feels good to agree to do what I think we should have been doing all along. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, one last topic for discussion and vote, which is the decision to rescind a specific piece of guidance. I think Sean already set up this conversation in his executive director's report earlier about retiring some guidance, but the need to have a formal vote on this specific piece of guidance. Mr. Executive Director, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, as you indicated, I did talk about this one a bit earlier. What distinguishes this guidance document from the previous ones that I mentioned would be administratively retired, is that this is a guidance document that is not incorporated anywhere else and is not within the existing regulatory scheme or structure. So there is no ability for me to interpret this as being a ministerial elimination whatsoever, and I want to make sure that that's clear to the commission as well as the public and anyone that may be relying upon this guidance document. As you may remember, at a recent meeting, there was an enforcement action brought against the licensee relative to using a third-party transporter that was not licensed. And they did it through a contractual arrangement. It was essentially a subcontractor within the licensee's structure of vendors. And during the course of that investigation, discussion, and subsequent negotiations, this guidance document, the MTC transportation guidance as we're referring to it, was discovered as being largely a relic of the former medical use of marijuana program. The commission did adopt this guidance. It's described as the guidance for registered marijuana dispensaries regarding transportation of marijuana. It was adopted originally and initially in 2015 when the medical program was under the purview of the Department of Public Health. And those existing RMDs, as they were then called, now MTCs, were able to move inventory throughout in their own license, given that they're vertically integrated, but they could subcontract with a transporter. And that's essentially what this guidance document allowed. I would say it's now been deemed obsolete, essentially with the existence of license types that the commission has contemplated. We even referenced some of the data points earlier relative to third-party transporters as a standalone license, or as an addition to an existing license. Given the introduction of those license types, given the introduction of a supply chain that would leverage those license types, as well as the ability for licensees to move their own product as a condition of their license, again, as I indicated, this guidance document would appear to be obsolete. So therefore, I think to bring some clarity to this issue, to avoid any future confusion, to also to empower those existing licensees that have sought and secured third-party transport licenses, we do find it prudent to recommend the rescission of this guidance at this time. However, I think in an abundance of caution, as well as for the sake of fairness, we would recommend that the effect of that rescission take effect within 6 months. We're specifically referencing and recommending February 11th of 2022, which would be the equivalent of about 6 months. That would just give anyone that might be relying upon this in a very informal survey of licensees suggests to us that there are none or very few licensees that are actually relying upon this guidance. But again, just on an abundance of caution and with the utmost fairness, we would like to provide sufficient notice to licensees to come into compliance. Knowing that to do so, if you are relying upon this, would require either a contract with that third-party transporter or the build out of your own, not so much facility, but wherewithal to move your own products. So the acquisition of vehicles, the inspection of those vehicles, the outfitting of those vehicles, and perhaps even including the hiring of new and additional staff. So with that, I would recommend that the commission consider rescinding this guidance, but having that rescission take effect on February 11th of 2022.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. I will ask for a motion shortly, or actually propose a motion shortly. But before I do so, are there any questions or concerns for the Executive Director? Okay, then I'll actually make this motion since I have guidance from staff on language, which I think is right. So I make the following motion. The commission moves to rescind the guidance for registered marijuana dispensaries regarding transportation of marijuana effective February 11th, 2022. Furthermore, the commission moves to allow commission staff to update the current version of this guidance document on its website to include the following disclaimer. Quote, the commission has approved the rescission of this guidance document effective February 11th, 2022. All MTCs shall take all necessary steps to account for this rescission and ensure full compliance with Commission Regulations 935 CMR 501.00 medical use of marijuana by that date. Can I have a second for that motion, please?
Second.
That was Commissioner Concepcion, I think. that correct? Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Hoffman, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director. There are no topics that I was not aware of at the time that this agenda was published. So can we go through the calendar of upcoming meetings, please? So next meeting date is Thursday, September 16th. For those of you that follow our meetings monthly, this is a week later than normal in the monthly cycle. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So Thursday, September 16th, and it will be remote. The following 3 months, October 14th, November 18th, and December 16th are tentative and subject to change, but that's our anticipated calendar for the rest of the year. There being no further business in front of the commission, may I ask please for a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'm gonna recognize Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thanks. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission voted unanimously to adjourn at 2:40 p.m. on the 12th of August, 2021. Thank you very much to staff and to my fellow commissioners and everybody. Please be safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Congrats, Commissioner Roy. You made it through your first.
I
full meeting.
did. Thank you for all your help, commissioners. Thank
Did it.
you.
Good job.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Chairman.